Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens, Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 205. Hopefully, you guys had an amazing Tuesday. We've got an amazing guest for you tonight. Hopefully, you guys know who this is. It's Tommy from Detroit Nutrient Company. Tommy, how you doing today? You want to tell everybody where they can find you and how you're doing today?
Hey man, I'm doing great. My name is Tommy, and I'm the owner of Detroit Nutrient Company, and we are Detroit Nutrient Company on Instagram, and I'm Detroit Tommy on YouTube, and I am here. We're going to talk about a whole bunch of fun stuff today. Some of it is soil related, and some of it is fungus related, and I want to take a minute to talk about my nonprofit today. It's super important to me, and we're working out some details on how we can get that to work here through the pandemic. It's been kind of sidelined, so I worked with my goddaughter on that today, and I want to talk about our hemp grow we did up here. We did a big hemp operation here on the farm, and we had a lot of fun with it, and so I have all kinds of fun stuff to talk about. So I hope you're ready for a thrill ride of adventure.
I am. I am. It sounds like an amazing ride at that.
Yeah, man, we had a pretty incredible year, and it's almost, you almost hate to say that, it's been a rough ride for a lot of people, and I sympathize with the bartenders and the restaurant owners. And this time, that's where I'm from. I was in the bar business for a long time before this, and so I can definitely feel for everyone who's been affected by the pandemic, and I'd just like to and just like to say, we're doing everything we can to be safe and careful and keep our people safe and careful, and I encourage everybody, do whatever you can, because this is affecting a ton of people. So I'm going to talk about all my prosperity, and it's almost a little bittersweet in the year 2020 when you're doing well, when so many people are hurting, and so we're doing a lot, and we work with my nonprofit. And I work with Hope Gardens, and I work with a handful of other people. We give away a lot of soil, and today I had a Zoom conference, or it was a FaceTime conference with my goddaughter, who is working on her master's thesis in microplastics in water here in the Great Lakes. Which is a subject that's very dear to me. The Great Lakes are an important part of my life, and obviously, I named a soil after them, and so we are putting together a scholarship through my nonprofit, the Great Lakes Soil Bank, for people that are working on ways to keep the Great Lakes clean of microplastics, and for soil microbiome research. And so that was what we got to do today, and we're doing a lot of stuff. We're just trying to give back wherever we can. So it's just so I'm going to go on, and it's going to be all happy from here on out. But I wanted to start with that, because it is hard when I'm sympathetic to what's happening, and it's kind of hard to brag about your success in 2020. So that being said, I'm going to change the mood here a little bit.
Hold on there. Hold on. For one, I'd like to say that, how can we help out with your charity there, or your cause there? I mean, how can it reach us? How can we reach you?
Okay, so the name of our nonprofit is the Great Lakes Soil Bank, and what happened was it really took a back door at the beginning of this year. We intended to really put it out there, So how you could help me most is after I get a few more things handled, because again, it took a backseat early in the year to some other projects. I'd like to come back on when we get a little bit more established, and we're getting ready to do a fundraiser. It's just been really hard to schedule a fundraiser this year. So I think we're going to do maybe something online that I could have you help out with, or something along those lines. So let me get it into a more formidable idea, and then come back on your show, and that's how you can help me. How does that sound?
That sounds excellent. Now,
Cool.
secondly, here, you shouldn't be ashamed of having an amazing year. You're a hardworking dude. uh,
Oh,
I don't think you stop, man. You go until you crash. And just like you warned us earlier, man. Yeah, I may fall. I'm gonna knock this out. If I haven't fallen asleep, it's just because that's the way I roll, and that's the way you roll.
it
So
is.
that's no shame in that, brother. I mean, you deserve everything you get, man. You are definitely
Well,
putting it out there. So
hey,
don't feel bad about that shit, man.
thanks a
You
lot.
deserve it.
Thanks a lot. I'll tell you, man. It makes time go by so fast. We work so hard, and you put so much into a day. We've had an we've had an incredible opportunity, and I don't know how much you know about my history going back with like the guys from IDK Farms and the MM Report. Are you familiar with the MM Report and Ben and those guys over there?
I
So
am. It's in almost every provisioning center you walk into, or should be.
right. So I go back a long time with Ben, back to when I first started my company, and that's where I met IDK Farms, and that's what led to us winning our cup in 2014 and breaking the record in 15. And when in those days, there weren't even really hydro stores. Everybody was still afraid. Nobody wanted to buy anything online because it had been against the law for so long. And then this month, do you know who BS Smokey is, or B Smokey on Instagram? B Smokey works for me, and he has the butt of the month this month uh, for the MM Report. And so, going back in those days, we were the whole movement. It was so exciting. It was so incredible to be part of something like that no one else, no one, and I had never seen anyone. I mean, going back to my great grandfather who had lived through Prohibition. I'd never seen anybody be be such a part of such a cultural change on a couple of different fronts. I mean, we have, for the first time, finally, we had a black president, and not only was he black, but he was cool, and he was letting us work with plant medicine, and he was opening doors to help sick people. And then you had, we were fighting our ass off against Schutte and Schneider, and they were and you had these grassroots guys, man, like Sinclair, and I've known those guys for 20 years going back. It was incredible. And so it's hard when you're so involved in it for so long. It's hard not to work at a breakneck pace, because everybody should be growing something. And when you get that shit in your head, man, it turns you into a fucking maniac, and you can work ungodly hours. I mean, just when people say, if you love what you do, it's not like work. And it's the truth, man. It's not work to me. It's just my life. And the people that I work with, they're my friends. And today I'm bullshitting with G from Extreme Gardening and Brandon from Psycho. And those are the guys I talk to the most, and my accountant and my lawyer and the people that keep me out of trouble, and the guys at the bagging plant. These are the people that become my social circle, because to me, this isn't just a job, man. It's a mission. I mean, we're here to help people, get down and have a good quality of life, and live the way you're supposed to. And so, I mean, to going back, like I said, I'm from the bar business, and before all this, man, I was a stone cold alcoholic, and I have a bad liver to prove it, in the whole 9 yards, and literally I would be dead if it wasn't for marijuana, and the way that it helped me to cope with the issues that come from getting off alcohol, the anxiety and the sleepless nights and the things like that. And so if it wasn't for plant-based medicine like marijuana and psilocybin, I'd still be a wreck today, And so to me, man, it's like a calling. It's like a religious thing to me. It's a different kind of thing to me. It's not really about even the money. It's about doing what we've done. I mean, we put Whitmer and Dana Nessel, they loosened the regulation up so much here for us. And we really came out and supported all these things. I mean, we got rid of civil forfeiture. And did you see that these expungement laws passed now, and the governor signed them? And I know however you feel about masks, you can't take away from what we did for our movement, from what we set out to do. And these guys were people that were standing in front of goddamn bars collecting signatures, and they changed the law because we changed the law. We made the government react to us. And who would think that? It didn't just change marijuana, man. It changed the way people saw government. They realized after what happened with medical marijuana that we had a voice. And that's what really got this. And for whatever, I know Bill Burr just made fun of the woke movement the other night, but I mean, this woke movement really blew up, and people got hip to the fact that they had a voice, whether it was about drugs or racism or sexual harassment in the workplace. But people saw that you could that if people stood together, they could accomplish change. And you're still seeing it. You're seeing it play out right now. You're watching it every day with what everybody did to stand up against these cops killing people and no-knock raids. All of it. This whole war on drugs. It was bullshit and corrupt from the beginning. And these guys, they didn't stop fighting in 62 or 67 or 69 or 76 or 88 when fucking Ronald Reagan and his wife had the war on drugs. These guys were going to prison and getting arrested and getting locked up. And finally, after 60 fucking years, you saw that people still control this fucking country. It was the greatest thing to be part of. And so after that, it was hard to slow down. It was like you're riding a wave still to this day. And then Ann Arbor comes out and says, hey, man, we're going to loosen up the regulations on these hallucinogens. We understand that there's something in there that's helping people. Bill W. came to see the light and started Alcoholics Anonymous after an psilocybin experience. And now you have Ann Arbor just decriminalizes it, right? So these are all steps in the right direction. Fuck, man, I can't sleep at night. The world's changing and I want to be part of it. I'm excited about it. I'm excited to be part of it. For the first time, I've been excited to be a part of other things, but never like this. Never to be part of the group that we're part of. And just to see everybody work together and get down so well, man, it's been an incredible ride. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to ramble on about that for so long, but yeah, it's worth it. It's worth the effort.
Oh no, man. Like I said, man, this is your goal, man. You take as long as you want to, get whatever you want said. And I mean that. And I love to see your passion about it, man.
But
Uh,
it's a,
it's great. You're right. It's amazing time that we're living in right now. And I never thought we'd be here. In my in my young days, I never thought. I'm not young. I'm fucking 48. Who am I kidding? I
right.
feel super young. I feel super young, but either way, I never thought I'd fucking see the point we're in right now.
Oh no, not when we were in high
Amazing.
school, man. When I was in high school, I never thought I'd see this. I mean, it's funny now. The people, the people that always told me I shouldn't smoke weed, I'm smoking weed with. It's great. So I want to go back and I want to give I really want to give a big shout out back at Smokey. Be Smokey on Instagram, man. He won the butt of the month for the report. And those guys, I got to give the report a lot of credit too, because they were there and they really helped us in the early days. I wrote some articles for them and their conferences. They used to do conferences and cups and it just did a tremendous amount for my company early on. And they're still showing us love in the community. And so thanks again to the report and to Be Smokey. And the entry, if you can check out the magazine, I think it's jelly. No, it was his lava cake. And he grew it with my soil using water only, just water. And so to have something like that happen is amazing. And to know that I'm doing my job well. And he was running auto pots and command series LEDs from HTG Supply, and which is not an expensive setup, and he just keeps knocking it out of the park. So I have a tremendous amount of respect for the amount of work that Smoke does, and during the pandemic, he really kept me going. I have chronic lung disease from that I'm constantly dealing with, and so this coronavirus scared the hell out of me, and I had to run up to my farm, and Smoke really kept the wheels turning. So I just want to take a minute to say, hey, and again to everyone at every freaking hydro store, and I know you guys, man, it was and I hate to have to admit the fact that I was up here where people were bagging dirt at the bagging plant, and guys, truck drivers from BFG Supply are still out, and then everybody in every hydro store is out there keeping these caregivers going, and the caregivers are still out there servicing their customers, and so I have to give a lot of credit to Smokey, and as well as everyone that just did an amazing job. It was incredible to think that that it was against the law, 12 years ago or whatever, and now we're essential. That's pretty amazing. So thanks, Smoke, for everything. And just one more thing I'd like to say on the nonprofit thing. In the scholarship fund, we named it the Justin Dickerson Scholarship. Justin Dickerson was a friend of mine that passed away, and he was a really smart guy that we lost too soon. So I didn't want his memory to be lost. So we named the scholarship after him. So I'm just going down a couple of things I wanted to make sure I said before I start getting too high and rambling on about aliens. So there we are on that. And then so now I want to talk a little bit about my products, since I suppose that's what I'm here for. So, but first, if you don't mind, I'm going to do a dab.
Please. What you got over there you dabbing on? I know you told me, but you got to tell them.
So I have some, right now I have a, what's left of about a quarter ounce of Sunday Driver. And I got this from my homie Smokey. B Smokey hooked me up, and this is sugar. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you what, the flavor on this stuff is incredible. Now you're gonna laugh, because up here I'm at my farm. I'm if you can't tell from the giant carcass behind me, I'm up at home on my farm, and so I have my travel rig, and I have this really fancy dab rig at my office in Detroit. But when I unwrapped it, I threw all the plastic away. So when I came up here, I didn't have a way to travel it without breaking it. So I had to bring I have this one, and my dude Luke, my buddy Luke Rides Bikes on Instagram. He sold this to me, and it's the greatest thing that I've ever had. I take this on kayak trips. I take it in my Jeep. I take it in my deer blind sometimes. It's incredible. So we're just gonna do up a little bit of the Sunday Driver.
Nice, as long as it gets the job done. That's all that matters. That's all that matters.
It does. And it's two of my favorite colors, man. It's purple and blue. So
yeah, me myself, I'm smoking on a little bit of Smash Cake by Med Grower One. Not dabbing quite yet. Still smoking some flower.
You're still doing flower? What flower are you smoking?
This is a Smash Cake from Med Grower One. Wedding cake times Primal Punch.
I did.
Pretty nice. This one's pretty gassy. I'm liking this one.
We did a Unknown Kush outdoor, and that's been my flower selection. Ooh, that was smooth. That's been my flower selection lately, because I brought down my outdoor. I have I had like 2 weeks of trimming here, because we did the outdoor. That's on one piece of property. And then we did my hemp harvest. That's here on the family farm. And so I'm on the farm that my great grandfather came here from Poland and homesteaded in 1912. So this farm has been in my family over 100 years. And so I'm working with my uncle and my cousin farming hemp. And it's been incredible. I teamed up with Native Cultivations. And I don't know if you are familiar with Native Cultivations, but they've been in the hemp game since the beginning. And I teamed up with them, and we did 500 Bubba Lineage and Nouveau Cherry hemp plants, and we did it and all organically with amended. I amended the soil, man, we had an incredible yield. And so the guys from Native Cultivation, if you check out my Instagram, man, they have these giant bucking machines and trimming machines, and he brought out a crew of guys, and I'll tell you, if they do medical grows too, and man, it just knocks it out. This machine, you have to look at the videos on my Instagram. It's insane. And smoke came up, B Smokey came up, and it was so cool to because I'm old. You say you're what, 48? You said?
Sure.
Yeah. So
yes,
I'm
48.
I'm 46, and so and it's a hard 46. Every year, hard earned. And so it was real cool because we had the whole gang of guys up here. Man, these young dudes are out here working their ass off, and then we come in and having big dinners and breakfast and big smoke sesh. It was a ton of fun. And these guys, man, they just worked their ass off. And so we harvested, and now I have a drying barn going with I got my big giant Quest D Hughes and these Quest F9 air movers. Then we got to go and flip them every day. But the stuff looks incredible, and so I'm super excited about it. We're gonna use it in a couple of different ways. I'd like to help. We're gonna do some dog bones, I think, and because I love my dog quite a bit, and so we're gonna do some CBD dog bones because old Diesel's getting a little old, and then we're gonna do some lotions with Native Cultivations, and we're gonna do smokable hemp. But I want to do like pre-rolls. I think that a lot of people could quit smoking cigarettes. And I had a tattoo artist, and he did that one. And he had quit smoking back in the good old days, man, when we were growing and trimming as much weed as you could in every house, and he would take old trim, and then he would grind it up and he would smoke it to quit smoking cigarettes, because it get him it eased his nerves a little bit, but it didn't get him stoned, too stoned to tattoo. So I'm thinking to myself, if we had smokable hemp and all these people, it's mostly an oral fixation, and admittedly, probably the reason that I smoke as much flower as I do is because I'm a recovered cigarette smoker. And so I think we're going to do some smokable pre-rolls with Big Country Soil is the name of my hemp brand. And so it's a really exciting thing, I did 2 big new things this year, and that was one of them, was the hemp. And I mean, we did these drone videos I have on Instagram, and all kinds of great stuff, man. It was so much fun, and to do just 500 cannabis plants, to have that, and to walk through these. I had one that was like 9 feet tall, so like my family and friends are all up here taking pictures in the giant hemp plants, because like you said, we're older. You never would have thought this was going to happen in our life. And so we had a ton of fun with Native Cultivation. Like I said, B Smokey came up and worked his ass off with us, and a lot of lot of hard work, but worth the effort, and hopefully we can make the world a little healthier. And then I think next year we're going to do 3 acres of, or at least 2 acres of grain hemp for animal feed, because we want to explore not just the medicinal use of the product, but the all the industrial uses. So I'm working with native cultivation on that, and big country soil. We're gonna do a bigger hemp project next year, and possibly work with IDK Farms and bring back the Perkins cut that we won the cup with, and get that crossed with some hemp breeds that we're working with, and try to just get some really killer medicine going while we're working on the industrial and the fabric. We'll do the fabrics on the next one. Next year is going to be the grain, because I'm up here in farm country, so I have an outlet for it. So yeah, man, it was pretty incredible. And actually, I don't know if are you familiar with where are you at? Are you an East Side? You're an East Side guy, aren't you? Are you East Side Michigan? East Side Detroit?
No, heck no. I'm up towards Grayling.
Okay. Oh, you're by Grayling. Oh, so you're up here by me, man. You're I'm on the other side of the state. You know where I might go tonight? If I stay up too late, I think I'm going to get in my truck and I'm going to go over to the Tippy Dam and go salmon fishing. I'm thinking about it all day, man. I want some fresh salmon. So I got all the stuff in the truck, and if I'm still awake when we're done, that's what I'm doing. But which I drive right past Grayling when I go there. Anyway, so do you know? Have you know who Horizon Hydroponics is, or Growers Outlet? You know those dudes?
I don't. I can't say I do.
So
Sounds
they're
like
like,
should.
yeah, they're mostly Grand Rapids and Lansing. I'll tell you, they do a really fun event if you disc golf. Growers Outlet does a grow throw every year. This year, like everything else, got canceled, but it'll be back. It's a disc golf event. I usually sponsor it. It's a really fun time, and it's a really great group. They got, I think they have 5 or 6 stores on the west side of the state, Lansing and Kalamazoo, Grand Rapids, and but they have the owner, John, is a friend of mine, and he has a product called Angry John's Leaf Wash, and it's essential oils. And so I used that. That was all I used for my pest control on my hemp field. Like, I did a pump sprayer and a backpack pump sprayer. I was out there doing 500 these giant plants, and then you smell like essential oil. So I smelled like my grandma. It's pretty much, that's what essential oil smells like, is your grandma's perfume, or if you know my grandma. So anyway, so it did a great job, man. It was really great to do organic hemp, and I like to just knock it out of the park doing organic stuff, because everybody says you can't do it, and everything that we ever do is always organic. So one of these just giant hemp monster plants, and it was no synthetics whatsoever, and we're maintaining this piece of property that means so much to me. And do you meditate, man?
Oh yes, I am definitely working down that path. It's these days it's so necessary to life.
It is.
Take
It
that
is.
time.
And so I've had some incredible meditations out here with these plants, being around it, and through this troubling time, I've had some great meditations in where I really had some insight into how important it was for me to keep the property clean and organic. And I have a cousin that works. He has a bee farm here also, and I have all these meditations about these pollinators. So we've been planting all these pollinating plants. We've been doing all these apple trees and really just working the property up a lot this year and getting it back to really, really, really healthy soil. And if you're a soil nerd, which I am, that's an incredible journey. You know what I mean? If that's what my summer has been like. And so that's why for me, this has been, I know it's been hard for a lot of people, but for me, I had a chance to really get down and do some hard work that I like to do. The last couple of years, it's been convention. You do vendor day, vendor day, vendor day, vendor day, convention, vendor day, convention, airplane, vendor day, CanaCon, MJ Biz, Indo Expo, convention, vendor day. And it's a busy schedule, but it's not hard work, and it doesn't cleanse your aura, like hard work does. So to get back and really get down and work with my hands and be out here with my chainsaw clearing, cutting down trees, and we had the excavators come out and moving stumps and tilling up land and picking rocks and stuff, and man, it makes you feel good. And when you're older like me, man, you gotta work hard to stay in shape. And because I'm single, so I gotta keep it tight for the ladies. And so it's been a really good. It was a really fun adventure, man. Getting all that stuff done, and doing the hemp. It was a lot of fun. It was a ton of fun to do it organically. Sorry, I'm trying to make sure I don't make a mess of my dab rig. So yeah, it was a great summer of hemp, and like I said, we'll do more next year, and there'll be more to come on that also. Keep your eyes peeled.
Sounds like you fucking crazy busy with the hemp. It's amazing that you have time for everything else. I think it's great, all the things that you're doing with it. And a lot of that stuff I never really, the dog treats I think is pretty cool because I believe that shit works. I've got some dogs myself, and I really believe that the CBD helps dogs. So I think that's pretty cool that you're working in that way. Never really thought about hemp as a feed. You know what I mean? It's pretty damn cool that you're going down that route as well. How are the terps on the hemp? I mean, are there some good terps in hemp that comparable to
Dude,
some of the cannabis we smoke?
it's crazy. I had, what did I do with it? The terps on it. So we have this giant trimmer, and at the end of the night, one of the guys reaches in and he just scoops out this handful of keef, and we bring it back to my house, and I have a rosin press everywhere that I live, and I live a lot of places. so we'll get back to me being an eccentric stoner, but so I have this small little press here, and so we bring it back to the house, and we get out the bags, and B Smokey gets it all set up while I was making dinner, and we squeezed out a bunch of rosin out of the keef. And man, you talk about, it has a really good, like a berry flavor, and then the Nuvo has a strong mint on it. And so yeah, man, it's super terpy. Like it actually, I'll tell you, like, I might start smoking more hemp during the day. Like it tastes really good, and it kind of, I think it helps with my arthritis. I don't know, but it seems to really kind of calm me down. I tried it yesterday. I only dabbed that rosin from the keef, and man, it was a pretty good day. So yeah, it's super. It does. It has a ton of flavor. I mean, it's like a hop or like a weed plant. It's got cannabis oil. It's got some flavor in it, right?
You seem pretty excited about it. I'd be willing to try. I mean, it's got to have some good molecules. If anything, it has to have CBD in there. I would think a nice dose of
Oh,
CBD.
yeah, it's got so it's like point 0.1, I think. So we did a few tests, and the first couple we didn't quite hit the mark. So we finally, on our third and final approach, we got where we needed to be, and yeah, it's like about 4% CBD and about 1% THC. So yeah, it's super terpy, man. It has a great flavor to it. And when I get some dried, I'll send you some. I have to make sure I get your address. I'll send you a bunch of shit. I love to send people stuff. So I'll get you some of my. I can send you hemp in the mail. So I will send you some. You can try.
It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I'd like to try it.
Yeah, I'll send you some, and then I'll press you some, and I'll send that too. And you can try to if you dab it, it dabs pretty good, man. It's pretty fun. And I have to tell you, like, so here's the truth. I am kind of a altered consciousness person. So that being said, remember, recovering alcoholic and admitted pothead. So sometimes, like, it's hard for me to I want to be a little, like a little high. So, but I see the benefit of it because my days have gotten stranger as my company has gotten larger, and I have to make better decisions. And so I'm thinking that I might utilize it as a means of maybe cutting back on some of my cannabis use, especially now during the pandemic. I think I've been smoking a little bit more than I should. So I might actually use it to see if I can offset that, because it has the flavor and it calms me down. So we'll see. It's a process.
I think we've all been using quite a bit of cannabis. Not that I think that's a bad thing at all.
If the price of this shit is any indicator, everybody's been using a lot of cannabis. The cost has gone through the roof of cannabis. It's insane. You see, are you in tune with the prices of this stuff right now? Holy crap.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy. Luckily, I'm not on that end of it. I am a caregiver myself and fully carded, so I have a few patients, or my max of patients, I should say. So when they told me to, I had to stay home and board myself, and it was like, I'm here all the time anyway, and okay. You're telling me to stay home and smoke pot? I've got this.
Right on.
If all I got to do is cover my patients, I'm good. We're good. Yeah. We're good. We're good.
Everybody got all bent out of shape, and I said, "Don't threaten me with a good time."
Right. Oh,
so, yeah, it was. It's been a long pandemic with a lot of marijuana use by a lot of people, and luckily I stayed out of, like you said, the price end of it. I'm a caregiver more for research and development purposes. So I grow a lot of weed, but I smoke a lot of weed, and I give a lot of weed away. A lot of weed, and so but I don't make my living doing it, and I don't envy the guys that do, because that roller coaster of pricing is just a mess. And now we're coming into November, and I remember the old days when everybody's outdoor would come in, and then the money disappeared, and so stay strong, indoor caregivers, indoor black
I don't
market
think it's gonna
growers. Stay
happen.
strong.
I don't think it's gonna happen this year. I think it's gonna just be come and go just as fast as
I'm
it's
gonna
harvest this year.
I'm gonna tell you, I think that you're right. So, and a lot of people do. It never ended last year. Last summer there was a drought. Like, I remember people calling me and just going, "You know anybody that's got a big grow that wants to sell some weed?" Because there was just no weed anywhere. And even after outdoor came in, the price never really went back down, and it just stayed kind of where it was. And then the pandemic kicked in, and I think you're right. I think the outdoors is going to come and go, and I think a lot of people grow outdoor for themselves.
They never officially caught up.
No,
they never officially caught up. They were barely keeping up at the beginning, or the beginning of last fall. They weren't. We were dry as hell, just like you say. That harvest, usually, like you say, indoor people would be hurting that time of year, late fall. But it didn't happen last year. I mean, everybody was still looking, and it was crazy.
I'm going to
we
tell you
never
this.
officially caught up.
More people grew plant. I sold so much soil for outdoor this year. We sold so much that went to outdoor grows. It was there were a ton. I think you're right though. I'm not arguing with you. I 100% agree. I don't see the end of the shortage coming anytime soon. I mean, people just realize how great this shit is. We all knew. But there was a whole bunch of people that Nancy Reagan tricked. and now they finally came around, and you got these poor bastards that are 60 years old, and this is the first time they ever smoked the shit, and they're going, you got to think to yourself, they got to be kicking themselves in the ass, thinking, why didn't I do this sooner? But so everybody and their brother's using it. I think it's I think that it has a million uses. It has it's replaced. It's replaced bars, and like everybody just, I don't know. You can sit outside and burn one, and then everybody's safe. It seems to be. It seems to have finally kind of made its way into. I mean, into the mainstream culture at basically every level, and so I don't see the demand slowing down until, maybe when they get all these giant grows finally built. I don't know that people really want to buy that stuff. I don't know. Apparently people are. They're lined up around the block at the dispensary, but I don't know.
That's all they could get, though, I think.
Yeah.
That's the thing, too, is even if we were catching up the latter part of last year, as soon as we started, building out somewhat of a supply there, they told everybody to, board themselves in and smoke cannabis. So
right.
At that point, supplies depleted again, anything that we were caught up on. So
yeah, and that was it. It was, boy, what a whirlwind of a year. And then everybody just really went to work, and it was, so I'll mention
when you say everybody really went to work, do you mean smoking cannabis?
Yeah, it was. And if
they went to work on that, that's for sure. Oh man,
if you want to know how
it
high,
was rolling out of every house.
If you want to know how high we were, we all fucking watched Tiger King. That's how high we were. Everybody watched Tiger King. That shit wouldn't have happened if we weren't stoned, I'll tell you that. That's my that was my indicator. When I was sitting here watching Tiger King, and I thought to myself, man, I gotta stop smoking this weed. So yeah, what a crazy ass year. And And on that note, I do want to talk about dirt a little bit. So I'm going to take a minute to brag, because we're talking about what a crazy busy year it was for cannabis, and it was an insane year. And so thanks to everybody, Be Smoky and my partners at all of the bagging facilities that we work with, and my partners at BFG Supply and HTG Supply and Horizon Hydroponics and those guys. We were able to, throughout all of this, when my competitors had fallen behind, like Fox Farm and Ocean Forest, they're like 9 and 10 weeks behind in orders. And these guys, man, were working 14-hour days on weekends mixing dirt for us. So we never ran out of soil. When I mean, everybody was out of soil. And so if you talk about a really great position to be in, is when everyone else is out of soil and you're not. It's a very great competitive edge. And so we worked our ass off right from the beginning. We never shut our doors. I mean, these bagging plants and these mixing plants, they're filthy anyway, so the guys are wearing respirators, and so we just plugged right along here, and we kept getting dirt out, and again, our sales partners kept their doors open, and it was it was a great brag for Great Lakes Water Only, and so in doing that, because we were the soil that they had in the store, we got to reach out and get into a lot of new gardens, and so it's really exciting with Great Lakes Water Only. It really is a water only start to finish soil, and so when you get to have these conversations with all these people that don't believe you, and then you get to talk to them and explain how it all works. And so it was a great spring and summer of getting to interact with my customers online, through videos and on the telephone and stuff like that. It was I did get to talk to a lot of new growers, and a lot of new growers even in Chicago and Illinois, the market, and Missouri, which just recently opened up. And then we have a huge following in Oklahoma as well. And then we opened up with Bright Ideas in Texas, in Austin, Texas, and we opened a store in Houston, Texas. And so we have a lot of new people on board, and even our friends down in Bloomington, Indiana, at Growing Grounds, they put us on their story today. So our homies down there, I mean, it's just a really nice lawn and garden store. So we have all these new people that we're getting to work with, and it's exciting because it almost got stale after 10 years of caregivers. You know, it just turns into the same kind of questions and gripes or whatever. It's just all about the price, really. And then after that, when first we went rec in Michigan, which was, I mean, what fuck? Who would have thought that was going to happen? And so it opened the doors for all these new growers. And then we were in all these other states around us open up, and we really is super accessible, easy for BFG Supply to get the stuff there. And I have a guy that works with BFG Supply as my distributor, and I have a guy that works with him. His name is Dylan, and he's in charge of their hydroponics division. And and he works really hard with Jim Fisher and some guys over there, and they have done an incredible job of getting my product in new people's hands in these new markets, and so getting to talk to all these new growers in these new markets, and a lot of these guys are autos seem to be really taking off, and explore all these new situations, and then moving away from CMH. Now everybody's moving into LEDs this year, especially. It seemed like everybody bought new lights, and so we did a bunch of work with Next Light, and like I said, HDG Supply Pete over there always hooks us up with the Command Series lights that are dope as hell. So and then we got to talk to a lot of people about a lot of new ideas. We got to put together a lot of stuff about the soil, and I got to spend some time, because I didn't have this crazy schedule of place to place to place to place. I got to take some time to really put a lot of thought into how to communicate better with my customers, and to assist them better, whether it be through the YouTube videos or the blogs on the website or Instagram, small Instagram stuff. I finally got to, I feel like I got to talk to growers more, and I could see the response. I could see the response in my interaction on social media. It was so if you get stuck, if they tell you to stay home and smoke weed, you can still, you still have to talk to your customers. People still have questions, and you still have to explore new ideas, and so we had a lot of time to do that with Water Only this year, and we got a lot of new people going on it, and cemented a lot of old relationships with people that have been using it for a long time, and so I'm just really thankful, here in Michigan and across the entire country, to everybody that has contributed to the success of that brand. I mean, we work really hard to make a consistent product for everybody that really is, start to finish, and we appreciate the love, and we appreciate all the Instagram shout outs and all the mentions and everybody's stories from around the country, it's hard for me to ever be in a bad mood when we know that we're helping. We know we helped the butt of the month for MMR grow. It makes life a lot easier. So, it was an incredible year for that.
I'm actually still wondering how the hell you do it. How the hell you do it, brother? Shit, man.
So,
you obviously keeping some busy days, man. And what I mean, talk about free advertisement, being the right man in the right place, with a fucking amazing product. And you talk about cementing it over with past customers. What a beautiful way to cement it over with the new customers, to be the reliable guy on the shelf when nobody else can be around, and then be there with an amazing product to seal the deal. You know what I mean?
right.
While you're sitting there telling me that story, I'm sitting there thinking, how many of them guys aren't going back? Probably a lot of them. A lot of them. This taught a lot of people a valuable lesson, and they probably are like, yeah, I'm not. You can keep that other shit. When it comes in, send it back, because I want some more of that other dirt. I can definitely see that shit.
The funny thing is so I'll tell you, man, like, a lot of people, and this is admittedly from my dog's getting pissed off that I'm not hanging out with him. So a lot of people, they were misusing their nutrients, or they had problems, and we made it so simple that even the people that were on other stuff, and then they were pissed they couldn't get what they wanted, and so they had to use this new stuff. and then they had like a better yield or maybe better flavor than they've ever had. And then, yeah, like you said, then they're calling me up. They're like, oh man, I'm never going back. And I'm like, all right. and so we do these virtual sales videos, and it was one of my brags in the sales video to the store owners was, I don't run out. We work really hard for you. And so, yeah, it was a really great place and time. Yeah. Like, and you have to know, going back, I mean, everybody knew I had this, I still have the truck. Smoke still drives it sometimes. It's, this old white Dodge flatbed truck, and I'd be out there delivering to the stores and snowstorms and everything else, and pulling up at grows for guys doing drop ship orders and stuff, and just consistently every day, go lay down. You're pissing me off. Consistently every day, grinding it out and making sure that we weren't letting our customers down, and then to be able to really coordinate with everybody and to not let anybody down through this insane time. I mean, so there's this poor woman and she's really nice, man, and she works for this company that does some stuff for me, and she coordinates my logistics, and she is an incredible lady, and she lives in kind of a kind of Trump country, so I'm not going to say her name, but she's an incredible person, and she was one time I called her in the middle of this, and I mean, we're shipping trucks of dirt at this unbelievable rate, trying to keep tractor trailers full, and I called her, and she's literally crying, and I'm going, and now I feel horrible because I can't stand when I hear girls cry, so I'm going, oh geez, hey, calm down, it's gonna be okay. And she's going, it won't stop. This was the craziest year for agriculture, and not just for marijuana, for any type of agriculture. This was a crazy year, and people bought an insane amount of dirt. And so, and like I said, these people, we worked them until they cried, and and then they just kept on, and they worked some more. You know what I mean? And so, it was great, man. It really was, and it was an amazing effort by a lot of people, but we were able to keep up, and we were able to. It's just there's an old expression that preparation meets opportunity equals success. And so it was the moment we were waiting for. And I mean, obviously the country getting sick was not the moment we were waiting for, but when opportunity came, we were there to fill the void, and man, it worked. So yay. It was a pretty incredible year for Great Lakes Water Only, and it's just great to have all these new friends and all these new people to talk to about growing plants, and now we get to talk to them about the tea recipes, and we get to talk to them about their spectrums, and get them tuned in on how to water and stuff, and then when I slide into their town when this stuff is all over with, I got people to smoke good weed with. It's a win-win. I don't have to travel with the marijuana. It's just there when I get there.
And good. Yeah, that's doesn't sound like a bad deal at all. Doesn't sound like a bad deal at all. So people are hungry for organics, and that's another, perfect time, perfect place type scenario for you. You talk about win-win-win, man. Being in the right place as far as supply and demand, but being in the right place as far as just the trend, if you will, or of the right thing to do at the right time. But man, people are definitely wanting the organics and to head down that organics route and get away from bottled nutrients and stuff. So again, in the right place at the right time. So
Well, when we started, it was not the right the right time. Lay down, lay down.
because we've been misled to think that success only comes in a bottle.
Yeah, it was. So when when I started out, I started out just selling worm castings, and I still sell an incredible amount of worm castings. We sold, even like right now is not a big time for worm castings, and we're just plowing through them. I don't know what they're doing with them, but we I started out with a worm casting brand, and that was the Detroit Nutrient Company Vermicompost, and we still have it today. And I wrote, like I said, I wrote a couple articles for the report about the importance of vermicompost in any application. And then I wrote an article discussing inoculation teas and compost teas for the report. And that was what really kind of, at the time, there was a brand called Wiggle Worm that everybody used to use back then. And we're a way better product. And it has to do with the amount of time that we leave our worms in the soil. So when you have this Michigan peat bedding is what we use, and then we have a strict diet of corn and bone meal that we feed the worms, and then we leave the worms in the bins for the full 6 months. So at the end, the worm is actually eating its own castings before we harvest the castings and remove the worms. And so we had this better product, but everybody had been using this product that had been around for so long that it's called married to a brand. And it's really hard to unmarry somebody from a brand that they're used to using, we wrote these articles for the report, and it was an uphill battle, but that really kind of put us on the map. And then we won some awards, and that kind of gave us some momentum as well. But then, so we're doing these castings, and at the time, I was reading a book called True Living Organic by the Rev. I don't. There's a part 2 now, but it was the first one, and he was a writer for Skunk Magazine, and he had written this book about this living soil recipe, and I had built the Subcool super soil, but it was hot and difficult, and I knew what a living soil was, and I'd heard of it through Goat from IDK Farms, who I met selling worm castings, and he was talking to me about his living soil that he had built, and I was reading this, and he's encouraging me with teaming with microbes, and read teaming with fungi, and then read True Living Organic, and so on. And so I was reading True Living Organic, and Goat was showing me some stuff and about soil. So all the guys that were buying my castings now at these events that I'm talking to, they were building soils. They were building either these Rev soils or Subbies super soil, and so it would get said to me often, you should sell super soil. So then I teamed up. I collaborated with IDK Farms in 2014 for the High Times Cannabis Cup, and so we didn't have. I never advertised in High Times magazine, and I know what people think about High Times Cups, and I don't know if you can buy one or not, but I'll tell you this: the year that I won mine, I didn't have a table at the cup. I didn't have an ad. I didn't have anything. I'd never spent a dime with them, and then we won a cannabis cup with a plant that was grown organically in living soil. So then it became, you have to sell, the soil. So it's a bigger project than you might think, trying to put together the mechanism to create as much soil as we have to build. And so it's there's laws and and semis and tractors and heavy equipment and stuff. So I started out in my garage, and I had these stores that were buying my worm castings, and there was Ultra Green Hydroponics in Redford was the first store to ever carry my worm castings, and oh my gosh, it forever for that. And and then we got picked up by Home Light in Bay City. Was our second store, our big buyer, and so I made these. I built this super soil, and I didn't have. So when you have something packaged, you have to make enough of it for them to set up a production line for you. So like they won't make 10 bags. They won't bag 10 bags of something for you. It has to be, a couple of gravel trains full. And because it's not worth the time out of their day. So I had this difficulty because I didn't know exactly what I was going to make. So I didn't want to buy a lot of anything. And at the time I was still broke because I was selling worm castings. And so I got some burlap sacks from a buddy of mine, and I spray painted my logo on it with a stencil that my friend Dan Wilhelm had cut out of one of my posters from the worm castings. And I spray painted and stenciled it, and I mixed up the living soil in the compost turner in my garage. And I sweat my ass off 100 degrees in that garage. And I'm dumping it into these burlap sacks. And I'm thinking to myself, like, man, what the fuck are you doing? What kind of, why don't you just go get a job like everybody else, or grow weed like, just sell weed? Why the fuck are you wasting your time and money on this? It seemed like it was so, any kind of success was so far away. So I mixed up these soils and with this recipe that I pretty much learned from Goat, and that we had pretty much won the cup with, and I took it to a few different stores, Ultra Green Hydroponics and Home Light Hydroponics or Home Light Gardens, and I took it to a place that used to be in it was called Forever Green. It was in this little town over by just south of Bay City, and I gave the bag to the guys, and some people liked it and some people didn't, and so I went and we took that recipe to a team of agronomists, and they helped us pinpoint the CEC value, which is the catatonic exchange, and then we brought in a doctor to help with the drainage and aeration from MSU, and this was turning into a big thing. And I did all this with very little money and kind of a lot of help from a lot of people that believed in a far-fetched idea. And so then I got a couple pallets of it bagged, and there used to be this show. They don't do it anymore. This guy named Tom French used to do the THC show at the Rooster Tail in Detroit. It was a big event every year. I mean, there'd be like 10,000 people at this thing. And I got my first pallet of it, my first 2 pallets of it bagged that weekend of that event. And so we had a table at the event. I had one with Eric from IDK Farms, and we drove to Sparta, Michigan in my pickup to go to the bagging plant to pick it up. And we started showing it to people. Well, there's a couple problems. For one, everybody was convinced that the Rev, because he was a writer in a magazine at the time, knew what he was doing, and we didn't. Now, we had gone to like I said, we had these doctors and agronomists helping us with this mix. So it wasn't just like a couple of good old boys, dreaming this shit up. This was, we'd worked with a team of professionals. And so I think people didn't, maybe trust us because they didn't know us, even though we'd won the cup. So this was our first problem. This was the thing that happened that weekend. So all these people were building Rev soil and the TLO soil. And so when I would try and sell them my living soil, they go, "Oh, I build my own. I build TLO soil." And I'd go, "Well, okay, so just take a bag. And if you have a problem with your soil, try this and, put it one bag in your room." And so that was the first year. And then after the show, I went on to learn the problem with trying to sell living soil back then was this, that the store owners were convinced that if they sold them living soil, that the customers would never come back and buy anything. Like they didn't know, they thought because it's a water only soil that was the end of the conversation. And they didn't know that there was ways to increase yield and work on flavor. They didn't understand the dynamic or the matrix of organics. The store owners really didn't at the time. I mean, it had been advanced nutrients for a long time. And so they didn't want to have anything to do with us. And so I would go to every event and I'd just talk to everybody that would talk to us. And I basically had to bully some stores that luckily Home Light Hydroponics took it and Ultra Green Hydroponics took it. These are good. I mean, these were like killer guys back in the day. And these were like both the owners of both stores are like stand-up warriors in this drug war for 30 years. Like these are both people that I consider friends of mine and have for many years. And so they gave it a chance and put it in their stores. And we were able to, out of just a couple locations, and then we got partnered up with HVG Supply, which really got us going. And we were able to put enough pressure on the market to where people would finally stock living soil. And in doing that, I had to make, I had to work with, I mean, a lot of people in a lot of stores because it was a product that people just didn't get. It's a very different style of growing. And so so when they say, somebody said this to me very early on when I was selling worm castings. Have you ever heard of Potter's Gold? Do you know what that is?
No, I've never used it.
Okay, so there's a soil named Potter's Gold, and this guy, they wrote an article about him in Crane's Detroit Monthly, and everybody said it was an overnight sensation. And somebody said to me, I was in an office full of some guys that were teaching me how to run a business. Man, like come on. I'm just a drug dealer from Detroit. I didn't know about business. So I had to learn from these guys. I had a friend of mine that I'd met in the bar business that was very intelligent, and and he owned a large bagging company, and him and I hit it off, man. We became instant friends, and he taught me more about business than anything. I mean, I've been blessed to work with some really quality people, and I mean, my friend Joe from BFG Supplies has done a lot with me as well. It's a different thing. It's even hard to explain when you get when you run a large outfit. It's you need help. People have to explain it to you. It's at a certain point, it's not just logic anymore. It's like a fucking game that you have to learn. And so anyways, so these guys, I was sitting in a room with them, and we were talking about this Cranes Detroit Monthly, and one of the guys in the room said, yeah, well, every overnight sensation took 10 years to get there. And so we were in the right place at the right time, but we had been in that place at the wrong time for a long time before it broke. And I think that I think in Michigan, part of it was our pushing through, you know. I know in Oklahoma, we got down there and we really pushed our agenda right from the beginning. And in Michigan, I pushed my agenda, and I talked about it for a long time to anybody that would listen. And there's a few living soil brands in Michigan. But luckily I was able to really get out and push really hard. And we got really lucky and won some awards that, and that kind of stuff is the kind of stuff, you know, in a competitive business, man, that's the kind of stuff that puts you over the edge. I mean, they talk about it in hockey, you know, by the time you get to the final round of the playoffs, it's you know, a chip in the ice could mean the championship, you know, in game 7. And so that's how it is at a certain level, you know, doing anything. And that's what you're seeing with these commercial grows, and that's what you'll see more with the provisioning centers as more of them open up. You saw it with the hydro stores, and you saw it with the brands. I mean, you saw it with when Hawthorne, you know, gobbled up so many brands, and then, you know, the battle lines got drawn, and, you know, it's fucking business. And so we had to just stay diligent and push it. And every time we had an idea, we had to capitalize on it, and we had to make sure that we were at the forefront of the next thing. And so so I spend a lot of time trying to figure out like what the next thing I want to do is. And so a couple of years back, I started to notice, after Denver, Colorado had decriminalized the psilocybin, and you know, everybody had finally figured out who Michael Pollan was after he'd written so many great books, and they were reading How to Change Your Mind, and I knew how to grow mushrooms. And so we said, well, I think that when everybody wanted me to sell another product to go with Great Lakes Water Only. So they wanted me to make it a 2-part system. And it kind of defeats the purpose of telling everybody it's water only if if you try to sell them something else. So instead I thought, well, there's another worthwhile direction to go in. And so we looked into, we started experimenting with pink oyster mushrooms, growing mushrooms in various applications to see what the easiest way to do it was. And so, we had to buy 100 books, and I've got 100 smart friends. Luckily, I lucked into making friends with some really intelligent people. And so a good friend of mine that is one of my favorite people, very intelligent, really got heavily into the mycology experiment. And so we started a company called Fun Guy, Fun Gal. And I wanted, at the time when several years ago, when I first got into growing mushrooms, at the time when I was talking to the people, that anybody I talked to that had tried it had failed. There was a very low success rate in people that I knew. And so I feel like it had scared a lot of people away from mycology. And so so we wanted to make a product to simplify it. And I had to explore a lot of different ideas. I mean, it was we really did. We drove ourselves crazy on how can we make this easy? We want to make it, I made Great Lakes water only, and I made one thing pretty easy. And so how can I make it so everybody could do this? And then Oakland, California is decriminalizing, and more locations are. And so we started doing grain bags. So you could create a mycelium block, and then we were going to just do a substrate in a bag that you would have to pasteurize and everything. And then it occurred to us that we could do it all in one bag, and we could pasteurize it for you. And so we built an all-in-one bag for growing mushrooms, whether it's pink oysters or red reishi. But we did a bunch of stuff with red reishi outdoors for the bees this year. So we have this bag, and it's all in one. It's got a self-healing injection port. It's got a gas exchanger on it. And you just go on like Sporeworks or one of the Spore sites and get yourself a 10 mil syringe, and you inject the self-healing injection port. And then you put it in the dark at between 70 and 80 degrees for 30 days until your mycelium block forms. And then you crunch the whole thing up, and then you just put a lamp in there on a timer for 12-12. Doesn't have to be a HPS, doesn't have to be any type of spectrum. It can be an LED light, whatever. Put it on it for 12-12, and you'll, after about 14 days, you'll have a flush. Well, it comes with a paper clip that doesn't have teeth, that has a rubber seal on it. And so you can cut the bag below the seal above the gas exchanger and remove your first flush and fold over the plastic, put the paper clip or the chip clip back on it, and let a second flush. And you can get generally several flushes out of one bag. And so we came up with this product, and we just started talking to people about it, and I was telling people what I was doing, and I mean, everybody knows that I'm out there, man. I'm a bit of a seeker, and so and I run in that group, and so I talked to a lot of people about mushrooms. And so when people heard that I was doing this, before we even, like, you know, you want to test them and test them and test them, and we're testing them and we're trying to get, you know, a good success rate as we're, you know, adjusting our approach on how to do it. And I mean, even as we're testing them, people are wanting to buy them. And then, you know, as soon as I say that they're done, we got an order in. So now all the HTGs have them, and Ultra Green Hydroponics has them. And we, you know, then we put them on the web store, and it was really taken off. And then at 1:30 in the morning, I get a direct message from a friend of mine that says Ann Arbor had decriminalized hallucinogens, and I was like, so here it is. I have all these friends that are like grown-ups with kids and shit, and that get up early in the morning, and I'm texting all these people like, he fucking did it, and I beat him because we just got it out. We just, like, about a month after we released the product, Ann Arbor had finally decrim here in Michigan. So it was a super exciting year for that. It was a lot of work to get that product from start to finish. We worked tirelessly, and I mean, we would, you know, like you said, you obviously know I keep long hours. So this was the kind of thing. So I'm delivering dirt, and then at 9 o'clock at night, I'm going back to this, you know, lab, and we're trying to perfect this product, and, you know, we're working till 2, 3 in the morning, and then getting up and going at it again, and, you know, some heartbreaks and some failures and stuff. So when we finally got it to where we trusted it enough to put it on the market and stand behind it, then to have this, you know, to have this happen immediately following was pretty incredible. And just to see these dominoes fall across the nation. So it was really exciting. It was like I said, it was a ton of work, and the people that worked with me on it, I can't say enough great things about them. I mean, they just really really came out and went and kind of finished up and took over where I'd started on some stuff when I needed them to, when things got busy with hemp. And so yeah. So if you go on my website and look up the Mushroom Magic all-in-one bag, we've been advertising it on my Instagram as well. If you're a mycology buff, if you like myself and are an amateur mycologist with questionable morals, then check out the website, the Mushroom Magic all-in-one bag, and or check it out. You can buy it. You can actually just walk into an HEG and buy it if you don't want to ship to your house. So so check them out, man. It's a lot of fun. It's really super easy to use. The directions, just read the directions really carefully. And we're going to put a QR stamp with the video and shit, you know, whatever. There's only 24 hours in a day. We're going to get to it, man. I just finally got my hemp down. So hopefully we can get that done. So yeah, it was, so that's an exciting product. It's something that I feel, you know, pretty strongly about. Again, I'm going to tell you that I mean, I meditate and I do yoga, and you know, I work on myself on a daily basis, but through the use of hallucinogens, man, I've been able to kind of see the light on a lot of things, and it's, you know, it's taught me that that love conquers all, and that if you put quality into every moment of your life, then the final outcome, of course, will be quality. So when you look at a great year of 2020 for the Detroit Nutrient Company, I take a great amount of pride in that, but also every minute that I'm conscious, I'm trying to do the best I can for everyone involved. I mean, that of course means me a little bit, man. I want to do all right too, you know. But I worked really hard to take care of my family, and I worked really hard to take care of my friends and my sales partners, and even our customers, you know, with our number on every bag, so everybody can call us. You know, we just go out of our way to try to be to do 100%, and I came to a lot of these realizations through the help of hallucinogens, man. A lot of it, you know, I read a lot, and like I said, I meditate a lot. So I'm not telling you that drugs are the answer, because they're fucking not. But they are a great way to explore other ways of looking at things. And sometimes you get locked into one way, and there's more than one way. And if we reimagine things, if we reimagine corrupt systems, if we reimagine corrupt ideas, and if we think of how everything doesn't have to be done the way it always was, if we think maybe that there, you know, we can use some of these medicinal plant and medicines, and that they were outlawed out of unjustified fear, and that maybe they were meant to be part of our consciousness, and or maybe they, you know, that's how we were meant to explore our inner selves. I mean, when you talk about psychedelics and then you talk about psychology, they both have psych in the beginning of it. And even Carl Jung, whatever, said in I think that was a quote of his, you know, you have to get inside your psyche to fix your psychology. And so it was those medicines were really helpful with, you know, for me to really get to come to grips with the things that were holding me back, and to help really propel us to where we are, you know. And so it just means a lot to me, or it's just another miracle to see that the tide is turning on it, and I just want to make sure that we're there with people, you know. We were there on the medicinal end. When we won our Cannabis Cup, it was for CBD, and then we had broke a record for the highest CBD ever entered into a Cannabis Cup. We set that record in 2015. And then we were on the strongest strains for a THC strain that we had that was over 30%, all in the same year. And and I got to dance on stage with Wyclef. So it was a great year. And anyways, I got a little sideways there. So the important thing is we want to be there for the medicinal end of all plants. I think that, you know, the sorcerer's garden is more important than an English garden in any application. And so to be there, you know, to help our friends, and I work with some guys. A friend of mine is actually a psychedelic guide for people that go on guided trips and stuff. And another friend of mine is working in the field of psychedelic therapy and stuff. So just to see how people, man, like, there's a lot of anxiety, especially right now with everything that's going on with politics and these cops and this pandemic and everything, man. There's a lot of people that are pretty locked up in their head, and we're going to tie into a really, really rough winter. And so I think that that there's a huge benefit to it. I mean, aside from the fact that you know, aside from the fact that when you learn to get in touch with other consciousnesses, you know, plants can talk to you and stuff like that. It's also, I think it's I mean, I talk a lot about the medicinal end of everything, and don't get me wrong, man, like, I like to just get high, and I'm not looking for anything to solve any of my problems. and I don't think anybody should. But if you can see a floating giant gold Buddha poke you in the belly while he giggles, I mean, motherfucker, who doesn't want to see that? Right?
Right.
And so I think and so I think that's fun too. And so God bless Ann Arbor, and that's a little bit about our mushroom magic bag, and really, man, and it kind of comes with the same follow through. If you have questions, you can call us. I can't guide you on how to grow psychedelic mushrooms. It's against the law, but I can guide you on how to grow oyster mushrooms. So if you want to call and talk to me about oyster mushrooms, I'll be more than happy to talk to you. So, and everybody knows the number. It's everywhere, for God's sakes. So, check them out, man. It's a lot easier than everybody's been telling you, and it's a lot of fun. And it's crazy. I mean, even talking about the Main Street end of marijuana. So, I feel like after we legalized marijuana, and then I think like everybody realized, like, dagnabbit, we've been bamboozled, right? And so then they didn't trust the government about drugs anymore. After that, they were like, wait a minute. And so I think I think that you're going to see maybe some of these archaic laws kind of dissipate, and I really hope so. I really, things like Law and Order agenda scare me. I'm hoping we go more in the it's all cool, man, direction, and we can continue to kind of shake loose some of these laws. And like what's really, even with in the hemp in Michigan, it's 0.3% THC. If we can get this kind of stuff bumped up to a 0.1% threshold, because a 4-to-1 mixture on the medicine is actually the preferred to unlock the healing value of the CBD. And 0.1% THC isn't going to turn your kids into, they're not going to dance to that, what is it, jazz music, and, tear off into the reefer madness. And so these laws, the fight's not over. We got recreational marijuana. Great. That's excellent. Right. But there's a lot of other people with a lot of other problems. And so if we stay diligent, we continue to put pressure on our lawmakers, and we continue to really vote for people. And I know, whatever, man, it's a controversial time to say it, but Governor Whitmer has done a tremendous job, really, for the marijuana movement in Michigan, and Attorney General Dana Nessel as well. And thanks to guys like Jamie Lowell that put me in contact with them early, we were able to help them and support some and change some of these laws. And we were doing MI legalized fundraisers with Jamie, and we donated to the campaigns and did a lot of work. We did a fundraiser with Ultra Green for Whitmer and Nessel. So I think if we continue to lean on, you have to stay diligent on it. The fight's not over. I feel like some people lost their intensity about it once they got recreational weed, and still, I mean, we have a lame duck session that's going to come after this election cycle, where I can guarantee some ousted Republicans in the Michigan legislature are going to try and pass some stupid ass law that's going to take away your rec freedom, your home grow stuff. So you have to make sure that you're watching these guys and watching who you vote for, and make sure that they're on our side of it. Politics is the art of controlling your environment. Hunter Thompson said that, and it's probably one of the defining quotes of my lifetime. And so it's our responsibility. I mean, these plant medicines are important to me, and I think to a lot of the people that I hope are watching your podcast. It seems like this is something that should be important to them. And so whatever else you have going on in your mind, don't forget who's fighting for you on this, because this is important to a lot of sick people. And a lot of people work really hard to get us here. And I'd hate to see it get flushed down the tubes over such a polarized political time over so many other things. Just don't forget who's on your side. And if Shooty was our governor, we wouldn't be having this conversation. That's for damn sure. So, whatever. I'm not going to get too political. That's all I'm going to say. Hey, did you see my potato garden?
I did not see the potato garden.
So we did a tire potato garden. I will grow fucking anything. And so I did a tire potato garden. So you stack up tires and you fill them with dirt, and then you grow your potatoes up instead of in a line. And man, it did not go the way that I wanted it to go. I mean, I grew healthy potatoes, but I think I stacked the tires too quickly and I didn't get the yield I was chasing. But I got healthy potatoes, and I'm having some friends over this weekend for dinner. So I have some venison that I harvested here at the farm, and that I'm going to make a back strap, and I'm going to do potatoes that I grew here, and we're going to smoke my outdoor that I grew here, and we're going to smoke some hemp that I grew here, and we're going to make some chocolate chip cookies with trim from my outdoor. And yeah, man, it's going to be a good time. It's going to be a little harvest relaxation this weekend here on the farm, and really looking forward to it. So
Sounds
I got
like a good time.
It is. It is. And we're gonna, yeah, man, and we're just gonna get rocked out of our brains, and yeah, and see what's we're gonna we're gonna go looking for mechanical trolls and whatnot, and I'm probably gonna finish the rest of this Sunday driver. Hey man, do you believe in aliens? Let me ask you, do you believe in that shit?
Fuck yeah, I do.
All right.
Fuck yeah, I do.
So
we'd be stupid to think we're the smartest thing out there. Many nights I look out there in this beautiful northern Michigan sky, because we can see stars for eons up here. And
right?
Yeah, to look out there and think that we're the smartest thing going would be sad at best. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Without a doubt. What a waste of space it would be.
Right. Exactly.
So I am a firm believer, man. I believe this too. So they fucking put us on with this motherfucking 70-year drug war, and they got away with it. And the same goddamn period of time, they've been keeping this alien secret. The government has been from us. And I feel like, to me, when the jig was up with the drug war, if that didn't tell you that they were hiding aliens from you too, so the whole argument was like, oh, how could they keep that a secret? How could they keep this drug shit a secret, right? So if they got away with that, they could no problem keep fucking alien bodies a secret. If you think they can't keep a secret, man, they did it successfully for a long time. They pulled the wool over a lot of people's eyes. And so it just blows my mind when I think that listen, have you ever read the book True Hallucinations by Terence McKenna?
No, I haven't. No.
Listen, I'll tell you something. I don't know. Do you know who Terence McKenna is? Have you ever heard of?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. So Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis McKenna, they were the people. Terrence McKenna and Dennis McKenna wrote the book that taught Americans how to grow a psilocybin mushrooms. They brought the secret back from South America, and they combined it with some German engineering, I believe it was, and they taught people how to grow mushrooms indoors. Truth. Anyways, so Terrence McKenna and his brother Dennis McKenna and like this chick and this other dude, they go down to fucking Brazil, and I think it's like, I don't know, 72. And Terrence McKenna was on the run for selling hash and for smuggling hash. And he meets up with these guys, and they go down and they take him and his brother. They devised this experiment, man, and so like it involves this chant and mushrooms and ayahuasca tea. And so they're basically doing boomers and DMT. And
mentioned some hash. I said I had to grab some. Throw it in this joint. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And so Terrence McKenna, he comes up with this theory. Like basically in the book, Terrence McKenna believes that that aliens exist, but like it's a dimensional thing. So even if they are on another planet, they're on that planet in a different dimension. And so, and the only way to transcend these dimensions is through the use of at the time it was a cocktail of basically DMT and psilocybin. So I don't know, you ever done DMT?
No, but I've done a lot of acid and a lot of mushrooms, but not DMT. It's on the list. It's on the list. Someday I ever get the opportunity, it's not going to be an arm twister.
It will cement your belief in aliens. So here's the thing, man. One time I did some DMT, and I had an alien talk to me in his native tongue, and I did not speak that language. And I don't know if that makes. I don't know if you know how troubling that situation would be. But it is. So anyway, so Terrence McKenna, he goes down there, and this is what he believes. So he believes that we can transcend these dimensions and see the extraterrestrial visitors that sometimes appear here. They don't come from this dimension. It's actually they're extraterrestrials from different dimensions, is what his belief is. So sometimes on nights like tonight, when I'm doing dabs, I think to myself, is it coincidental that the drug war has run parallel to the hiding of alien technology? Huh?
It's funny that, like you said, now that it's becoming accepted again, that now they're starting to leak out the alien information again. Starting to, yeah, okay, we've been sitting on that one too. It's kind of coincidental there.
Well, so ultimately, and I mean, there's a space goo theory. So we don't know where from what we derived. It's still it's a giant question mark. It's not been defined. After the Big Bang Theory, where did the single cell amoeba, the life force, come from? What created it? And so one of the theories is that it arrived here on an asteroid. It came from space. So I mean, we're the fucking alien here, to begin with. So then the first actual plant, and actually the first real life on the planet was fungus. It was a mycelium web, and there are fossilized giant mushrooms in, I can't remember if it's Peru or I think it's somewhere off the coast of South America. And if you watch the movie The Fantastic Fungi, they actually show a picture of one. But so like the first inhabitants of the planet came, they believe, very possibly from outer space. And so, and then if you look, when they get these asteroids, they found small life on these asteroids where they'll find water, frozen water they just found on an asteroid, and they found microbial life on asteroids. And then they know microbial life can live on the International Space Station. So to think that there is, in this vast universe, I mean, to think that it just seems kind of hubris. I mean, okay. Even so, to say no life, to say no intelligent life, I think is absurd. But to say no life, I think is absolutely absurd, because I think it's already been disproven. And so, and I think too, with more of the space exploration, listen, that fucking Elon Musk, he might be an alien, because he's getting out there, and with the way that he's going, we might see it in our lifetime where I don't know if they'll find intelligent life, but they'll find more water or microorganisms in space. I mean, we've been looking, but they've been looking for big life. You know, they've been looking for maybe a civilization. They haven't been looking at the molecular level they're able to look at now. And I think when you see proof of that, you know, you'll see a lot more. And we're only fucking poking around in our own solar system. I mean, look at how large the universe is compared to where we're experimenting. And so there's a long way to go. I think, to be honest with you, man, I think part of it might be, I think if you want to get to the next universe, you might be able to do it through the use of ayahuasca or DMT, or some cocktail of those things. Like, I don't know that it's that absurd.
It's not.
Yeah,
it's the next dimension. That's where we need that to hit the next dimension, or at least understand where we fit into the next dimension.
right.
I believe that it's very key. It's very key.
Right.
Yeah.
And
I'm a big mushroom advocate.
oh, right on.
By the
yes.
way,
You know what I'm saying. Then, I mean, you get it. You know, you're bigger than this. Like, there's a bigger thing, man. You're part of a bigger thing. And I think that the whole world could use a big dose right now. I think that maybe I think understanding that we have to have some harmony is going to be the only way to get our civilization to the next level. I mean, if you were looking from the outside, if you were intelligent life on another fucking planet, why would you come here? This would be the bad neighborhood of fucking planets. Look at what's going on here right now. I mean, we're like the bathroom at a skeevy truck stop, for Christ's sakes. No wonder we're not seeing UFOs. They're social distancing. And so
I totally dig it. I said exactly that the other night. Somebody said we're the trailer park of the universe.
We are. We're the fucking yo-yos. I mean, if there's less intelligent life, man, I hope I don't want to run across. I mean, it's a mess. So yeah, I mean, I think you know, listen, I'm a fucking optimist. And so I believe it's possible. I believe that I think that we're seeing the end of a cycle that, I mean, you're old enough to remember 85 and 86. 85, 86 was an ugly, fucking greedy time in this country. It was not a great time. It's not a time I look back on fondly. And then it broke. and then we kind of slid into in '92 we finally slid into the Clinton years, and things settled down, and then we made a lot of strides. But I think that we're seeing kind of the end of an ugly cycle of hate and bigotry that that I'm hoping is going to come to a quick end, and hopefully we can get back on track to some unity, man, and just a little bit of love, because I think that we can transcend this universe. I think that we can. I don't believe that our problems are so far gone that we can't come up with solutions. I don't know if you are familiar with Greek mythology at all, but there's there were two schools of thought, and it was Plato and Socrates, man, and Socrates, for political reasons, won out, and I don't know that Plato was wrong, because he believed that you could tell the future by listening to the wind, and science just kind of beat everything out, and now everything has to be agreed upon by the experts that wrote the last theory in order for us to consider it. And so I think if we lean maybe towards the ethos or the mythos as opposed to the ethos end of learning, and just consider some new approaches at the end of this cycle going into the next one, and set ourselves up maybe a little differently, and maybe we can achieve some of this peace that we need, and I think with that, maybe then some other life forms will want to show their face here. But I think that we have to get over this hump first. I think we're just in a really horrible place as a planet. I mean, not just as a country. This is as a planet. The entire planet is just really volatile right now, and I'm just waiting for that valley of peace to come, and I hope it does soon, because I've had enough. I'm ready to get back to having fun and partying. I'll tell you that. I'm ready for the pandemic and the election to be over, both of them. That's for damn sure.
Oh, I definitely agree with that. And I really agree with everything you've said tonight. By the way, I mean eerily 100% of everything you've said tonight.
Awesome.
I believe the two of them together. Just the plant medicine, if you will. I don't think it's any coincidence it's emerged at this time and as strong as it has. I think that I always feel really hippie when I say this, and I say this quite a bit. Is I really believe the cannabis plant, at least reemerging at this point in time, is no coincidence. I believe it's kind of been sent here to like remind us and put us back on track with exactly what you're saying, the more goodwill of humanity and our planet in general. I mean, it started out as, we all started to use it in the beginning for one reason or another, right? Maybe even medicinal. But once we started cultivating that plant, a lot of us, man, it sure changes the way we think about ourselves, about the plant. Spending time with the plant is an honor, but man, it seems to at that point open our minds up to so much more community, how we treating ourselves, how we treat one another, and then it starts opening our mind up a little bit more, and that's how we cultivate the plant, and uh, how we exactly we're cultivating the plant and pushing towards organic. It seems like it's like hurdling everybody towards organics and how we treating this earth. I mean, it actually seems like it's starting out with, the little bit of water only here in our gardens, but it's opening up, a lot of bigger mindset in us all and mycology and fungus and bacteria and our relationship, with the earth and the ground as a whole. And so it's kind of bettering us all into waking us up into being better stewards of this earth, and how we treat one another. And then we've been smart enough to incorporate mushrooms into this journey as well, and that's what a necessary to wake up our minds. I mean, that's a necessarily it's necessary to unlock them doors in our minds to just
Are,
level
are,
us out and bring us back into why we're here.
are you familiar with Monica Gagliano? Have you ever heard of Monica Gagliano?
I have not. Tell
So,
me.
Monica Gagliano wrote a book called "Thus Spoke the Plant," and 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 so let me step back for a minute. There's a meme that you'll see every once in a while, and it basically points out that we don't grow plants; plants grow us for oxygen, or plants grow us for CO2. We don't grow plants. And and then mushrooms are the great decomposers, and so when you die, fungus is going to break down your body, and the plants, we carry plants. We're responsible for their cultivation and their spread. And if you take corn, for instance, corn, if human beings stopped growing corn, corn wouldn't exist. Corn cannot propagate itself. It doesn't grow in the wild. Corn is a bastard oat plant or a bastard grain that can't grow without human hands. And the maize plant takes up more real estate in this country than anything else. So if you think that the plants aren't responsible for what's happening with their reinvention, if you think that plants don't have a sentient consciousness amongst themselves, they have been here longer than anything. And so they are wise, and they carry the secrets of the planet. And it sounds like hippy dippy shit, just like you said, man. But I'll tell you, read the book. And so
What is it again? Because I want to write it down.
it's Thus Spoke the Plant by Monica Gagliano. This is an excellent book. And so she converses with the plants about about their journey and about their knowledge and their understanding of and oh, are you there, Sue? Yeah. Hold on, I gotta plug my phone in. She actually does these experiments to prove that, and she did them like on a college level, like not in her basement. She wrote these books and wrote these papers that prove that plants have a consciousness. And so if you read like Thus Spoke the Plant, or if you get a chance to read
Just bought
Michael,
it. I just bought it on Audible. Just bought it on Audible.
It's an incredible book, man, and I encourage you, buy that and buy True Hallucinations. If you just want to, like, True Hallucinations is just a great book. Like, if you want to ever imagine just being on a crazy trip with some crazy ass dudes, that's what it would be like. Like, it's an incredible book. It's a great read. Somebody told me, they were like, "Oh, I was talking." There's a book called "Food of the Gods" by Terence McKenna, and if you've never read "Food of the Gods," it's Terence McKenna's probably greatest book. It's another excellent book. Anyways, I was talking about that. Somebody was like, "You ever read True Hallucinations?" And I said, "No, man, I haven't." And he said, "You got to check it out." And it takes a minute for it to set in, but once you get into it, you're like, what the fuck? It's about a crazy trip that lasts a long time, and it's another great book. So, anyways, but Monica Gagliano, anyways, they talk about, she talks about how the plants basically have more intelligence than we do, and if you look at nature, it's proof. And so when you say, like, I believe that these things happen at times for reasons, but I think that there's more forces at work in nature than we give credit to. Like, we only look for certain scientific data, and I think that there's other data that suggests that maybe plants play more of a role in our society than we even understand. And so I can guarantee that plants play more of a role in society than the average person understands. And then I'll go on further to say, I believe that plants play a larger role in society than even most plant scholars understand. I think that they play a part in our consciousness. I think they play a part in our memory. I think they play a part in our design. And I believe that we can commune with them if you like, I'd go out and meditate in my outdoor grow, and like, I could actually speak with my plants, like, I think it's possible, and I'm not the only person. I have a lot of friends that feel the same way. So when we talk about, like, right now, and so you have these plants, I mean, maybe these plants are actually telling us, like, it's time. It's time for to let us do our job, and maybe they've been advocating for themselves for a long time, and looking back. So in the 60s, there were a lot of people, like, not just Ram Dass and Timothy Leary, but there were a lot of other important players in the spread of psychedelics. And one of the things that they had done back then was they had gone and they had tried to give it to people they believed were going to be influential. So they didn't just want, like, a bunch of fucking stoned out hippies doing all the drugs. They thought it was important that up and coming political leaders, like John F. Kennedy or Hollywood actors and all these intellectuals in California and on the East Coast, they wanted to get this stuff, to get these people an experience with psychedelics, because they thought it was important that they understood it. And so they did. It was a concentrated effort, and a lot of real intellectuals at the time started to experiment with psychedelics. And then you see the reckoning of that now. So what has happened is people's parents understand. So my generation's parents understood, because they had been dosed. A lot of the intellectuals they understood that it wasn't this dangerous thing that it was being projected to be. And so by the time it came around to our generation, I mean, for one, we already have an ingrained distrust of our police because of they've made police so political, and more tax collectors than anything else, more so now than any generation before us. And then, you're not so chained down by Christianity. And then you have all these prominent figures in society who have had psychedelic experiences, and they understand the benefit of it. So I think the more you see that leak into mainstream, and as a lot of these people, I mean, are coming up as lawmakers and shit. I mean, going back to, number 44, Barry O. He was cool as hell, and he gave us a lot of leeway. And I think that we have more of that on the horizon, because I think a lot of these leaders, they understand it and they know. And I think that people are going to demand it. I think that we know it's possible. And I think, the pace is out of the tube. It's kind of hard to put it back in now. And so we know that the drug war was a sham, and we know that plant medicine was important. And I think that the plants played an important part in possibly advocating for themselves. I mean, these guys started doing hallucinogens and taking mushrooms, and then all of a sudden they're motivated to go dose prominent figures. So is it completely irrational for me to believe that the plant carried out its agenda? And plants and mycelium webs have been around since the beginning of the planet, so they can play the fucking long game. I mean, this 60-year prohibition is just a blip on the screen for them. So I think, I don't know, it sounds really hippy dippy, but I think you're right. I think the plant medicine is important now, but I think the plants advocated for themselves, and it sounds insane when you say things like that to normal people, but it's truly what I believe. I think that we're, you're part of a bigger story than we want to believe. So that's how I get down when it comes to that. Hey, listen, I gotta walk over to my fridge and pour myself another glass of kombucha. So if you wanna,
I'm drinking some myself.
Are you?
That's fucking hilarious. Hell yeah. Some
I'm gonna
Trilogy.
go get another glass.
I'm drinking some Trilogy. I don't make my own yet. I'm driving down that rabbit hole.
I'm in the same rabbit hole. I'm actually drinking Trilogy right now too, but I'm gonna go get another glass. I'll be right back.
That's fucking funny. I drink that 40-ounce bottle. I buy it by that big old bottle myself.
That's what I got to go get out of the fridge. That's
fucking funny. Man, I hope you guys are enjoying this. Twisted Roots, what's up? Tater Delicious, Johnny Canessy, Joy McDaniels, Buddha Boy, Blind Cat 420. Holy cow, 62 people hanging out at fucking 2 o'clock in the morning. You guys are awesome. Genetic Memory Farms, if you can hear me. It was about a week ago. He was on, if you're interested in making your own kombucha, Genetic Memory Farms, he came on the show. It was like I said, you can find his episode, but he came on, and if you want, I'll send you the list of supplies you need. But he taught me how to make kombucha on the air the other night, and it's really super, super easy. Yeah, so it's like a base, of the good stuff, and basically from that point out, like, you just make yourself a glass of juice and put that kombucha in your juice. So like you can put it basically in any kind of drink you want after that point. But you just keep making the stock. Yeah, what we drink's better on from now on. But yeah,
hell yeah,
totally worth watching. Too easy. It took a regular bottle of the Trilogy, 1 cup of raw sugar, and some spring water. That's all you need to start making your own kombucha for life. Your own SCOBY from here on out. Yep, that's it.
I'm gonna have to watch that episode.
From that point on, you just take a little bit of your stock, like that. See how you use that 16-ounce bottle in the beginning? You just keep 16 ounces back and just keep fucking regoing. That's all you need forever.
No shit. I'm gonna have to. I was just talking to I had a massage the other day, and the girl that gave me my massage said that she got homemade kombucha, and then I actually talk a lot with that Genetic Memory Farms too. So I'm gonna look up that episode, because I'm gonna have to do that. That's gonna be. I'm a weird person like that. If I can do that, I will. That's for damn sure. I have to make myself a note so I don't forget. Look up. All right.
Totally agree, dude. I believe I owe him the thanks for getting you here, don't I? Yeah. Thank
I
you,
think
Genetic
so.
Memory Farms. Yep.
You know who else? Smiley Gardens was working on it too. So, you know who I'm talking about? Smiley Gardens.
Fuck yeah. He's like, I couldn't do this without Smiley. This is fucking 205 episodes, and when I haven't wanted to do it, he's either kicked me in the ass or took the reins to
I
keep
think yeah,
this
because
thing going.
I was gonna try to come on one day when he was doing one. He actually I've done some classes with him. I actually met him at Horizon Hydroponics. I've done some classes with him because he was doing he's a living soil guy. He builds his own. And I've got they have like a consulting firm. And I did some classes with him and got to know him, and what a great dude he is, man. Really smart guy, great grower. And I've worked with him quite a bit too. So both great guys. Smiley Gardens and Genetic Memory Farms, we get a ton of support from them. And we've had a lot of great conversations with them about the mushroom project and stuff. So yeah, that's amazing. There's how many people hanging out at 2:00 in the morning? 60 what?
61 right now.
Nice.
61.
Well, here is to 61 people. I hope you're all doing some fashion of what I'm doing right now at the same time. And let's all get stoned out of our motherfucking minds.
Eagle, Genetic Memory Farms wants me to tell you he's got you covered with that recipe. He already DM'd you. And
Nice.
Twisted Roots wanted me to tell you that he'll be getting a hold of you. He wants to talk to you about soil and frequency.
Soil of frequency?
Soil and frequency, the two of them together, yeah. Twisted's a pretty cool guy. It'd be an interesting conversation for sure.
Nice. I'll have to talk to him. Oh, like frequency, like sound frequency?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
We're in the boat there that it relates to everything. I'm a big frequency fan. I think it all boils down to some form of frequency, how we communicate, how plants communicate. There's just, we can go on for hours about this shit.
You have to read those two books. So in True Hallucinations,
I'm telling you what, hold on, let me stop you before you go on. I'm going to be having a true hallucination before I dive into the first book. I can tell you that, and I promise you that. I'll be stepping into that state of mind about 30 minutes before I hit the audio on the book, and then I'll rest in for the rest of it.
That's dope. I love it. But in the yeah, it'll help. In the book True Hallucination, part of it is he talks about they have to they chant at a certain frequency because there's a lot of science about frequency. Like, so if you make certain sounds and if you shake at a certain movement, it creates a lubricant around your brain. And that lubricant actually induces happiness. This is science. I'm not making this up. And so part of this true hallucination trip had to do with frequency. Now, in regards to my soil, I did a YouTube video about paramagnetic rock. And because we have And listen, so the state of California won't let me say paramagnetic rock. I have to say grain of salt. So all rock has paramagnetic value, and you can do an experiment with the baby carrot where you take a planting hole, and if you put a baby carrot into the planting hole, if the hairs on the carrot stand out, your soil has paramagnetic value. So there's a meter you can buy to measure soil's paramagnetic value. Anyways, it directs the energy flow of the cosmos in the soil. That's the definition of paramagnetic rock, what it does. Actually, that's the fucking definition. It directs the energy flow of the cosmos. And so, but we have a high paramagnetic rock value in our soil because of the grain of salt. And it directs the energy because you have to have this catatonic exchange where that's where the carbon is broken down, right? And so energy movement is just a form of frequency. So I believe that adjusting the frequency in the soil, I mean, it makes 100% sense that it would have an effect on it to me. I believe that. I think it's a worthwhile experiment. I mean, I feel like somebody probably has already done it, but I don't know with my soil if they've done it. So, yeah, I'd love to have that conversation. I don't have a lot of experience with it or firsthand knowledge, but fuck, I'd love to talk about it.
Oh, Twisted would be the perfect person to talk about it with. He incorporates like magnets in with his watering there, trying to get the polarity in the direction that he thinks is fitting for the plants. And yeah, I think it'd be a good conversation. I think you would enjoy that. Again, he's Twisted Roots. It's easy to remember there.
I'll have to make sure I give him a follow. Do you know Geo Farms at all?
Again,
Country Roots?
Country Roots, yes, of course.
Yeah, he's over on your side of this. He's just a little south of you over there. So Country Roots Geo Farms, Chris, he's a really good dude, and he works with Creations by Carl. Do you know who that is? Carl.
I can't say I do.
He actually made this piece for me years ago. He's a glass guy, and they do like what do they call them? It's like they're like water. I can't think of the name of it, but it's along the same lines. Like it shakes up the molecules in the water, and they'll put different rocks in there, and I think maybe magnets sometimes in their watering. They use juice ferments also in their growing system.
We've been talking a lot lately in this community, and especially Twisted's there, about putting crystals in with the plants. Different crystals, quartz crystals, clear crystals, shit like that in with their plants. We've been interested in like the grounding of plants and shit like that too. There's a lot of stuff that we talk about here on the show and Twisted show. I can't leave Twisted out of this conversation. But he does Frequency Fridays. He does a show called Frequency Fridays, and he does Weed Church on Sundays. Both of them touch on basically what we're talking about. So yeah, definitely good stuff, and it's something that people are very interested in the community, the relationship between the two. Again, I have to revert this back to the cannabis plant. You know what I mean? Never once would I thought, sitting here cultivating the plant would drive me to be to educate myself in so many different ways and to wake myself up to so many new different theories and just interpretations on how life works, and all due to this here plant and the way it's all bringing us together. So
I mean, it really did. It really. Go ahead.
I'm digging this conversation tonight. That's all I wanted to say. This has fucking been fucking awesome. I'm loving this shit.
Me too, man. Me
Great.
too. Hey, I'll tell you that the cannabis plants had a tremendous effect on my life, from lowering my blood pressure to changing the way I view the world. I mean, like you said, I never thought that I would have been so open to so much experimentation. And I've tried so many different ways of growing. I mean, I've been really blessed with a lot of success, and so it's made it really easy for me to get to play around a lot. But I really got to go down a lot of avenues. But I never would have imagined that I would have been as open to as many ideas as I am now, thanks to that plant. And I agree with you 100%. And it really has given me, again, it's given me a community to be a part of, that I think is a really healthy, worthwhile community. I mean, like anything else, there's some sharks in this business and whatever, but there's a lot of really great people out there, and
The sharks
it really is.
that you mentioned don't smoke cannabis or do mushrooms. You ever notice that?
Yeah. And so I was talking earlier about when I met. I was telling somebody a story. When I met the guys from Native Cultivation. I met Mark, the owner of Native Cultivations, years ago, and I met him at a marijuana event, and somebody was talking to him. And when they walked away, the first thing that I ever said to him was, "I don't trust that guy because he doesn't smoke weed. What the hell is he doing at a marijuana event?" And from that day forward, Mark and I were friends, because I oftentimes have that feeling. There's a lot of people that have gotten into this business, for profit and whatever. I mean, that's going to be wherever there's money. I think it's funny in many cases that a lot of the people that got in for profit were terribly misled in where to invest. I think that the sharks kind of ate some of the sharks in this. It was kind of weird the way that, like the Mad Men thing fell apart, and then watching like with Aurora and Canopy in Canada, and then just to see the way some of these companies cannibalized each other that were just sharks to begin with. And so when it comes to growing with living soil and organic growing, when you're talking to people about it, you're talking to them about flavor and terpene profile and all these things. And generally there are people that they just look at you and go like, how does it yield? and to be honest with you, living soil gets just as good a yield as any other style of growing. But I always think to myself that the person that just only cares about how it yields is missing a lot of great things about the plant. There's, I've gotten to grow so many different types of weed and to smoke so many different types of just fantastic marijuana in my life. And if the only question I would have ever asked was, how does it yield? I feel like I would have missed a lot of opportunity and a lot of fun. And so you're right. It is that the people that just came in for the money, and it's a drag, man. But it happens wherever there's money, and there's money here, so we got to deal with it. What are you gonna do?
But I think that it shows in their product, though. I really do. Them people
100%.
that run them grows, I think that shit shows 100% in their flowers and in their dispensaries all the way through, all the way to the customer. I think the customer, sees that as well.
Well, it really does. And when when you're with somebody, and so like, so I have some friends that I give some weed to. They'll come over by the farm, and I'll say, hey man, you want to take some you want to take some weed with you, and they'll go, yeah man, but I can't take too much because I gotta smoke some other weed. Your shit gets me too high. And you think, you're like, yeah man, smoke less, don't smoke the shitty weed. That, the guys that stop and you go, I don't know, you ever been to a dispensary in Colorado? Or I'm sorry, not Colorado, but Las Vegas. You ever been to a dispensary in Las Vegas?
Either
It's like
no.
it's like it's like it like crumbles in your fingertips when you pull it out of the container. Like there is a lot of substandard product being grown by a lot of people that are in it just for the love of money, and and so the way that they tried to set up the industry, I don't think that I don't think anybody took time to understand the industry. So they tried to make an industry out of it, and there was a smart way to do it, and they didn't go the smart way. And I think you're going to see kind of the whole the legal marijuana industry is going to suffer until they adjust the laws to be more inclusive, because and I think you're going to see it now with these smaller 150 plant licenses in Michigan, micro grow licenses. I think you'll see more quality craft cannabis brands. And then, you're always going to have the caregiver model. I think just a lot of people, they like to be, they like to know where the shit comes from, and they don't want the cops involved in the state. You know what I mean? They want to just go to their dude. And so, so there again, it's important to maintain that quality, that we protect our caregiver rights, and keep these, these amateur, and not amateur by any stance in quality, but in job title, weekend breeders and guys that aren't getting into the commercial companies, keep them going, because they're the ones that are really coming up with the fire. And they're doing it for the love, like you said, for the love of the plant. They're not doing it for the love of money. They're doing it to show off to their homies. I mean, to be 100% honest with you, that's the only fucking reason I do it. It's just to show off to my friends. That's why we got in this business, because we're just all old weed growers trying to fucking outsmart each other. And so, so it's important that we protect those guys that are putting out those quality craft products. And I think, for the commercial and for the people that don't have a caregiver, I think these micro grows are going to kind of do that. I think the micro grows are going to give some opportunities to some people that, don't have the big money it took to do a 4,500 plant grow. And I think that marijuana actually looks to me more like cigars than it ever has looked like alcohol. And that being said, I think that the craft market is going to be the more lucrative market forever. I think people enjoy different types of cannabis. And so I don't think this mass production model, I mean, as it is, if you look at it, chain restaurants are failing, fucking Fern bars are failing, fucking Hooters is going out of business, and Applebee's and McDonald's are fucking closing up. Big chain, people don't want big brands anymore. People want something a little more personal. And so I think you're gonna always see this craft market. I mean, nobody fucking drinks Budweiser anymore. They drink whatever the local ale is. And so I think you're going to see that kind of continue in cannabis. I think that it's going to stay. I think that the craft market's always going to be competitive. And if the law fails to recognize that, then it'll go back to a black market scenario, and everybody fucking loses. We fought for nothing. So you got to keep on these motherfuckers to make sure they don't try and jack your shit, when you're sleeping, and put it on some other fucking healthcare bill. take away the home grow, you know, and the best way to do that is on November fucking 3rd. Go out and make sure you vote, research your candidates. I mean, I already I mailed my ballot in already. Research your candidates and make sure, see, especially in the state of Michigan, see where they stand on marijuana before you vote for them. Because we could very easily lose it. Nothing is guaranteed. I mean, you're watching that happen with fucking Roe versus Wade. I never would have thought we'd still be talking about that shit in 2020. And they're looking at losing that. That's how quickly things can change politically if you're not don't have your eye on the prize. And so you have to stay diligent, especially on the Michigan legislature, and make sure that they're protecting you, because we're coming into a lame duck, and they're going to try to do whatever they can. So stay diligent and make sure, if you can't get out and vote, you know, do the mail-in ballot, do whatever you can, cast your vote, and keep the pressure on them and protect our rights, because we fought really hard to get here, and God damn it, you can't turn it around now. Because we're finally doing something. People finally stopped going to jail over this shit. Finally just stop going to jail over this shit. And to have that turn around would be heart-wrenching. So that's my speech.
I'm digging it. I am digging it too. You know, you're absolutely right. You know, if this whole mail in your vote, stay at home vote thing's really being pushed, and what a great time to, you know, download that ballot and one by one take your time and call those reps, like you're saying. Use your valuable time that you're home with your COVID and call these people. And if they're not aware of cannabis or marijuana, you know, their stance on marijuana, your calls will help make them aware that it's something that they need to be more on point with, you know.
Right.
So it's a very good point, man. We should be using this time to shake some trees and make a few phone calls and then decide.
Yeah, that's it. You just got to apply pressure, man. Elected officials only respond to their constituents. You gotta let them know. If you don't fucking take my side, motherfucker, next year you don't got a job. And they like their jobs. You know, they're like the rest of us. They like to be employed. So do you do any hunting or fishing over there? Are you a sportsman?
You know, to be honest with you, once upon a time, I did a lot more hunting and fishing than I do currently. And then I kind of fell in with a lady that didn't like me to leave the house to go hunting and fishing. So it's been a minute since I've been hunting and fishing. But
right on. Are you married?
Both have passed. Not anymore.
Oh. I traded my wife I got a fishing pole for my wife, and I don't even miss her.
Yeah, it's time to make that trade for a long past time. That's for sure.
I'll tell you, man, this is a great time of year. I went out and we finally got through the harvest. We got all that fucking hemp down, and so I stayed close by the farm because I got to keep flipping the racks while it's drying, and so I went out and I've been doing some salmon fishing, and I've been doing some hunting, and just enjoying fall. I was in my bow blind today, and I had 2 does come walking right up in front of me, man. And then a fucking wind turned around on me. They said to me and split, but it was nice. I saw porcupine out there and all kinds of stuff. It was great to get out and as much as I like to be growing plants, man, it was actually nice to not be handling a cannabis plant for 5 minutes today. Out there.
So just out of curiosity, are you looking at the clock?
No,
Did you happen to look at the clock? Ah, good. I'm glad you didn't. Well, it's because I've been watching Chad and talking to you, and Chad's been telling me like they like to dab at like the 20s on the hour because it's always 4:20 somewhere. So they've been counting it down, and I shit you not. If you look at the clock, it's 2:21 right now. You hit that fucking thing right on the 20, right on the 20, like your body called for it. Shit.
It was my.
I'm sitting there watching it. I look down. I'm like, that is so on the nose. I wonder if he did that shit on purpose.
You know how women have biological clocks that tell them when they need to have children. My biological clock tells me when I need to have marijuana in my system on the 20s. It's like I'm like WJR, news and weather on the hours, or on the 8s. I'm dabs on the 20s. Yeah, that's a pretty fun game. Now, unfortunately, I think the only clock I have is on my phone. I'll have to keep an eye on it.
That just seals the deal right there. That just seals the deal that, you know what I mean? It was completely instinctive.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. Yeah. I'll sit here and now it will get, now it'll only get worse because I cross the tipping point, and when I get to a certain level of stone, then I'll just keep doing fucking dabs. And so it's been, I don't know. Have you ever been to one of these MM Report events that I was talking about? These conferences they used to do? Do you know what I'm talking? Any experience with it?
I'm sad to say no. I know the magazine. I've read the magazine, and I usually, if I go to a dispensary and I see one, I always grab it to read at some point. But no, I have never been to one of these conferences, and it sounds like I've been really missing out.
Oh, dude, they used to be a ton of fun. They would have a cup, and all like the leftover entries, they'd have a party, and all the exhibitors would get invited. And we'd go smoke all the extra empties or entries and eat all the extra medibles and shit. And we'd just get blown out. And these were good times. And so I went to one time at the Jackson County Compassion Club before they moved. This was a long time ago. And I actually had to sleep in my car because I couldn't drive home from Jackson back to Detroit at the time. Because I hit this point where, like, I can just smoke a couple of joints and I'll be all right. But I hit a point where once I hit a certain level of high, I'll just keep trying to get higher. And there's no point. I can't get it. You get to a certain high and then that's it. You're not going to get any more stone. But that doesn't prevent me from trying. If at first you don't succeed, Eagle, try again. So that's how it's going to go now. It might not wait till the 20s.
Nothing wrong with that. I'm a pretty avid smoker myself, so I can appreciate it.
So I did this big outdoor grow this year, and I think a lot of people did big outdoor grows this year, but I did a bigger outdoor grow this year than I did last year. And on the outdoor grow, I used my water only, but I just dug a small hole that took about 7 gallons. And I put my soil in and then planted the plants and let them go. Now the soil up here is really rocky. And then I hit them. I used the Angry John's leaf wash as my bug control and my biologic control. And then it was just the sun out there. We did a bunch of different strains, and I had incredible results. But I think next year I'm going to do 60-gallon pots, because I went around and I went to a bunch of, been going to a bunch of outdoor grows where they're just doing big pots of my soil above ground, like these 60 and 100-gallon pots of the stuff. And we send out gravel trains of it to these farms and these guys fill them up. And these dudes were growing like fucking 8-foot tall monsters out there. And just these huge fucking plants. And so I think that's what I'm going to do next year. I think I'm going to just fucking twist the wick and go for the gusto next year on my outdoor. And instead of going in the ground, I've been doing, I think I'm just going to go with a larger amount of my soil. That's what I'm going to do next year for my outdoor. That's what I got. That's what I got for you.
So why not dig a trench and just, fill the trench with your soil? And then enable that, that beautiful soil to do most of the work, but allow that taproot to go get that taproot vigor. Are you starting from seed? Or I guess that matters too. Are you starting from seed or are you going from clone?
Oh, so I grow a plant before we put them out there. So I mean, I have an established 18-inch tall plant usually, at least by the time we put it out there. And then, see, the problem is because the ground here is so rocky. I mean, geez, oh Pete, when you're sitting out in your deer blind, you see fucking sparks coming from the deer's teeth while they're eating. It's just solid stone. Where there's a rock ledge that goes from. So I'm a little bit. I'm about 22 miles north of Alpena is where my farm is here, and it's where all the Poles came, and I'm 100% Polish, and so there's a rock ledge that goes from like right in this area, the Thunder Bay area, from the United States to Canada, and like 1,000 years ago, you could just walk across it. The Lake Huron was 2 lakes, and it's just a giant chunk of stone. And so around me, the largest limestone quarry in the United States is just about 14 miles north of me in Rogers City. And then like Lafarge has a large quarry and a huge cement plant here just outside of Alpena. The large quarry is right here in Grand Lake, a few miles from my house. So this is solid stone over here. Everything is just fucking rock. So that taproot doesn't get to go down. I think I would grow a more established root ball if I had softer soil for it to cut roots through. The problem is getting through the small 7-gallons that I'm getting in there in my planting hole, and then it's just hitting a rock wall. I mean, it's like going into the side of a plastic pot. It's not able to, I don't think, penetrate it. And so I think if I make it easier for it to cut roots above ground, and I'm saying this because I went to a lot of outdoor grows where they did these big above ground fabric pots, and they have just these giant plants. And I thought, yeah, I think that's the way that I'm going to do it next year, because I get a good deal on the soil. I know a guy, so it's worth it. I just want to grow those like those Oregon monsters you see on social media all the time, where the dudes have got 10-foot tall ladder and he's trellising it out. Like, that's what I'm going to aim for next year.
Talking about like being on frequency and stuff, me and Twisted are like laughing in chat. So Twisted has, I don't want to divulge too much, but I have family up near Alpena, and I know Twisted isn't far from there too. So, and he's growing some pretty big plants, and he's already envisioning your soil and his giant plants with the frequency. And it's funny. It's funny. He's vibing on this shit right now. He's totally vibing on this shit right now.
Yeah, I'll have to get with him. I mean, so then he can attest to it. It's just all fucking marijuana growers over here. If you go down in Lincoln, Michigan, which is, I don't know, not too far south from here, maybe about an hour from south of here, near Oscoda, that's where like I think Normal originated from, and like Doc Deadhead's from over there, and Jamie Lowell's from over there, and like I mean you can't throw a rock in Northern Michigan without hitting a weed plant anymore. Even growing up, I remember when I was a kid, I'd be up here, you know, with my parents, and the neighbor across the street. I could say this now because he's dead. His name was Billy Ennis, and you'd have these low flying planes buzzing over, and I'd go, what are they doing, Dad? And he'd go, they're looking for Billy Ennis's marijuana plants out there in the woods. You know, he's got like 350 acres back there, and he had marijuana plants all throughout it. So, I mean, Northern Michigan, this is like people don't. I think there. I don't know if you remember it, but so the IDK Farms guys, they come from Pinconning, Michigan, and and we talk all the time about how all the good weed back in the day used to come from Pinconning, and if you remember the P2, the Pinconning Paralyzer, was like that was like the badass weed, man, back in the day on Northern Michigan shit. And then when it first started getting legal, like we used to do the Traverse City event, and like there's just a bunch of killer growers up there, and still are. I mean, I know a lot of just fire ass growers in Traverse City. And then, you know, you got Green Goose. He's keeps winning a bunch of cups and stuff, and he's another Northern Michigan guy. And what's that?
He was at that. Just seen him. He was at that Croptoberfest. He actually picked up a couple awards in Clio there at the last cup there. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Did he show you pictures of his greenhouse? Did Green Goose show you? He's got that
I'm
giant
trying
greenhouse.
like last time I talked to him the other day, we were talking about he was building a trimmer, and he's most of his time was for going into building the trimmer there. Great dude, man. I've been trying to get him on the show, man, but I understand a lot of people's busy with the outdoor, but
this really time of year is tricky. Yeah, you got to get him on. I'll tell you what, he's a great guy. And so like, and one time, man, I accidentally yelled at I yelled at the goose, and he forgave me real quick, and I appreciate that. I appreciate dudes like that for. He's a great guy, man, and he's an incredible grower, and he had a vision. He took me out. I went out to his farm, like in the middle of the night, and I was so mad at him because I got lost on my way there, because he's in the middle of nowhere too, like me, you know. And so, and I mean, and my truck was overheating. All kinds of shit. I had blown a head gasket, and I wanted to get home. And anyway, so I get out to his farm, and he takes me in this, like, I mean, this fucking greenhouse was in rough shape when he took me out there. He's like, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna buy a bunch of dirt. I'm gonna fucking do it in here." And I was like, "Okay, man, cool, right?" You know, a lot of people tell me a lot of things, and then sure as shit, he showed up. I was pulling into HTG in Traverse City, doing a delivery, and he showed up. He had a stack of money. He said, "I came here to buy a bunch of soil. I'm going to do that greenhouse." Then he showed me pictures of it. I was like, holy shit, he turned it around. I mean, he worked his ass off, and he's a great grower, man. I've been in his grows. He works really hard at it. And he like every time you see him in Clio, he wins something. He's been picking him up here and there at different events. And so I'll tell you, I'm glad to be a part of his garden, because I think that he's a good dude. Like he's gonna be another cup guy, man. He's a really hardworking guy. I mean, and he kind of reminds me. I used to have this buddy that looked just like him and kind of talked just like him when I was younger. So I like that. I like him for that reason. But he's a great guy, and he's an incredible grower, man. And if you get him on here, I mean, you'll just love to talk to him, because he's got a ton of personality. I like the guy. I like him a lot.
Every time I talk to him, every time I get a chance to see him at one of these cups where they're vendoring or whatever, I always I end up spending at least a half hour at the booth talking to him and stuff, you know. And every time I'm like, you know, we could be doing this on the air and sharing this info with some great people. You know that, right? He's like, he just looks down. Yeah, no, but I'm busy. I'm like, one of these days, I'm not gonna quit trying.
Yep, that sounds like the goose. Yeah, 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 man. He's a fun guy. He is. Um, he he's he's a solid grower. I like the guy. Him and do you have you had the leaf have you had the leaf doctor on your show? Do you know Leaf Doctor?
I haven't had him on the show. I do know who he is, but I haven't had him on the show yet. So,
He has a
always,
he has a big personality. He's if you get a chance
if
to
you
get,
can if you can make it happen, I'd love to have him. You know what I mean?
I don't
Every day's a show, and I'm always looking to fill that calendar. So yeah, especially
I'll
with a
have to
good recommendation. You know what I'm saying?
hey, I'll do the best I can. I don't know. He's got kind of a weird personality. I don't know what he would say to something like that. I mean, I'm just he's a really fun guy. I don't know if you've got a chance to meet him or not. He's a super fun dude and another incredible grower. And he goes back to the old days I was talking about earlier, and all the guys from back in the beginning that were really fighting it out. He was there with them, and like Doc Deadhead back then too, and all the guys in the Michigan scene that were really grinding it out. And he was one of them, man. And I don't know if you know. Do you know Captain Kirk from Captain Kirk's Medibles? You know who that is?
I don't, to be honest with you.
He's another incredible Michigan guy, and they had a medical brand for a long time here. So, but yeah, the the Leaf Doctor is I think he's got like the most cups or something. I don't know. He's a pretty good guy. He runs our stuff sometimes. He's done some work with our stuff, so he's worked with our castings in our soil. And if you get a chance, he's got another great personality. He's another one like the goose, where if you can get him to talk to you, they're fun to talk to. So, um, and the other person, if you can get him on that in the industry who has a really colorful personality, is get Geo from Extreme Gardening. It's he's quite a card if you have a chance to get him on. He's been around the business for a long time in a lot of different aspects, and he's got a pretty good insight on it as well. So those are a lot of the dudes that I talked. Or well, I don't talk to Leaf that much, but the rest of them are guys that I like to talk to in the business and kind of keep me focused on the important stuff.
Just because Run Boy 7426 now has multiple questions.
All
So
right.
first and foremost, I guess if I'm going in reverse order here, he wants to see that fucking kick-ass cup you're drinking that kombucha out of, and then he
Oh,
wants to know about your hemp varieties versus CBD strains such as Ringo's Gift. Do you think they compare? That thing's badass. He wants. Will you hold it up to the camera? He actually wants. They want to see it.
yeah. It's my deer antler wine glass.
Nice. This thing's pretty
Yeah.
badass.
Thank you.
Oh, that was Run Boy 619 that asked about the cup. But there you go. You both got your questions. Two
Um,
different people. I thought I'd say one. My bad.
what was the question about the hemp
Oh,
varieties?
how do hemp varieties compare with drug strain CBD such as Ringo's Gift? Do you think there's one's better than the other, or a hemp CBD versus cannabis CBD?
Well, so that's kind of where the race is at, and they're crossed. So like we did like a Bubba cherry, and I mean it has a Bubba Kush lineage in it, and so there are and we're gonna, that's the breeding project that I'm trying to get together with Goat from IDK, is to use that Perkins cut that we won the cup with. That's a cannabis strain, and cross it with industrial hemp strain, so we can maximize the CBD and try to eliminate the THC, so we can get it so it's sellable, so you can pass regulation, so you pass your testing to cut it down. So there's going to be a ton of variety, because if there's going to be interbreeding, and then you're just going to have to really, so like you're going to have to take it back to an F9 to get, if you want to cross it with a THC strain, you're going to have to just breed the hell out of it to eliminate the THC, or you can use you could use, the regular marijuana CBD plants. I mean, it's all a cannabis plant that you just breed them back and forth. So essentially there's the same variety, because you can cross them. Does that make sense?
It totally does. Totally does.
Yeah. And on the industrial hemp stuff, as far as that goes, so next year, like I said, we're going to be doing the grain hemp at the beginning of next year, and so that's going to be my intro into that realm. So how the strains of that go and everything like that, like I'm just getting into that research now, and I don't really have any answers as to how what the varieties of strains there are in the industrial hemp, in the grains, or in the fiber stuff, or how those can be crossbred. And I intend to find out, because that's all part of the research. I mean, what we're doing right now, so all the hemp growers in Michigan, we're part of the Michigan hemp research pilot program. So this is all research. I mean, literally no one knows what the fuck is going on. No one. Everybody's just confused as hell. The people that work at the state, all the growers, the market's fucking crazy. It's an insane business to be in, because it's the beginning of this shit. This is the second year. So I'm answering those questions for myself kind of as I'm going along. I'm doing the research as I get into every field. And we just closed out last year with just doing the CBD stuff. So I have experience with that. But the other types I can't speak to with any hands-on knowledge. And I don't have enough knowledge on it to give you a solid answer on what the variety of strains are with those at this time. But stick around and I'll have those answers shortly. As I know I'm buying my seed, and I know that my seed is a special cross that I'm buying. I just don't know if that can be crossed with marijuana strains or with other, CBD hemp strains. I'm not sure how the varieties work with the more industrial grain and fiber hemp.
So, how do you feel about that when it comes to like the CBD? I mean, I think it would be more fair if they could come up with a way to where they actually come out and tested your crop, while standing, versus letting it sit on the shelf and possibly creep over that marker, which it can do, very easily. I think it'd be more fair to test it alive right before harvest, and then whatever happens.
So how it works, right? How it worked like this year and last year was you set up a testing date with the state, and you go to your field and walk a pattern and take tops off of your plants in this set pattern that they send you while they're standing, and you send that into the state, and that is your testing. And if you pass, they give you the okay to cut it down. So you do actually test your plants while they're still standing. And right now you do it. Now, as of next year, according to the people at the Michigan Department of Agriculture and Rural Development, next year they're supposed to actually have the inspectors that are going to come out and do it. I mean, my thing is, I'll be surprised if, I mean, the fucking state's broke. I don't know how they're going to pay that guy, but we'll see. Supposedly next year the state's going to come out and do it, and it's really tricky. The trick is to stay ahead on your testing. You want to test early and get a feel for it, so you know exactly where you're at. If you start testing too late, once you get hot, you can't go back. So you just want to test early on, and I think that's, these are the lessons that everybody's learned. All these hemp growers. I mean, we did a really small hemp grow this year. We're going to do a little bigger next year. I went out to one in Ann Arbor. I mean, it was 90 acres of hemp these guys did. I mean, that's a huge experiment. And they're plugging along, doing more and more and more, all kinds of different types. And we're all kind of learning these lessons about what it takes to get the soil up to par, to plant it, and then the best ways to plant it. If like in my situation, we have a couple of fields that we have to use the roll down plastic and drip emitter irrigation or drip tape irrigation, and I'm kind of against that kind of plastic use because of the microplastics and that are in everything right now in our environment. And so you have all these kind of complex riddles to solve as we're all learning how to do it and do it best. And with that, we're gonna get our method down, and that is how any industry is, developed. Again, going back to it, the first bags of Great Lakes water only were in burlap sacks that I mixed in my garage. And I don't know, we're selling a couple 100,000 bags a year. So we come a long way, and we had to learn that whole process as we went. And so we're trying to, I think, as the hemp market develops, all the hemp growers as a whole are kind of going through this process and trying to answer all these questions. And I know there's people that know a lot more than I do. They have more answers than me because they were more involved right from the beginning, like, last year and stuff like that. So, but, I'm trying to play catch up while I can. And that's my thing. So yeah, there's a ton of different strains. You can cross them with marijuana CBD strains and raise the CBD up, but then you have to breed out the THC is the problem. Because we're stuck at this bureaucratic 0.3 instead of 1%. So write your legislator.
Yeah, it seems like a silly barrier. It really does.
That's absurd. And what it is it's the MMFLA. Those guys with those expensive MMFLA licenses they think they should be doing it because they paid for that expensive license. So, and the other thing is when it comes to the processing, there's a huge fight about the processing of hemp because the MMFLA processors don't think, because when you process it, like you said, after you harvest it, they can go hot on you, especially when you process it. So if you end up, you got to make an isolate so you can remove the THC and keep the CBD. So the MMFLA processors think that the people with the hemp processor license shouldn't be able to perform that step because they're working with above 0.3% active THC. So it's a fucking mess. And it is. It's just arbitrary politics. There's no logic behind it. Like there's no reason. Like no kids are gonna have birth defects if this goes. You know what I mean? If they made it 1%, like nothing would go wrong. Nothing. There's no downside to it. It's just really an arbitrary law that I believe has to do more with money than anything else. I mean, even I don't know. I just feel like we live in a world where people, drink and drive with their kids in the car, but God forbid we go. Somebody gets a little THC in them. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's just it's like people think that it's the devil. The THC is the devil that's going to enter their system if they have a little bit of it, even if they don't feel any psychotropic effect. So. But whatever. That's my condemnation of society, not any hemp answers. So.
I always drive by a marijuana sign that cracks me up, and it shows like a cannabis leaf, and it says, basically, is your cannabis locked up? Do you be responsible? Is your cannabis locked up? And I'm thinking, where is the billboard on the medicine cabinet or the fucking gun cabinet? You know what I mean?
Or the beer fridge.
Right. Like, this is the stupidest billboard I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've seen that one. Keep your cannabis locked up. Listen, mine's in the backyard. I can't lock up that many plants. I'm sorry. It's yeah. I mean, I have kind of there's a lot of big question marks about. I mean, I don't know. I think that it would benefit kids to have CBD in their system. I don't think that a little THC in a developing system is a bad thing. Like myself, man, I'm fucking super ADD, bro. Super ADD. I bounce around like a fucking ferret in a goddamn pinball game. And marijuana kind of keeps me focused. It's the only way I can do anything on my computer is if I got a little weed in my system. So maybe instead of loading these little fuckers up on Adderall and addictive opiates that turn them into fucking crazy drug-addled idiots, hook them up with some weed, man, a little bit, just enough to calm them down and kind of quell that fucking ADD. I mean, look what it does for these poor young people with seizures and shit. Man, I don't think it's the devil. Even, I mean, we've pushed forward with this legislation, but still, it's all this, it's still so fucking taboo. And oh my God, you're gonna smoke weed in front of the kids? Well, you're fucking drinking in front of the kids. What the fuck's the difference, motherfucker? At least this one's not addictive and isn't killing my liver. I mean, that's honestly how I feel about it. I'm one of those people that I don't think that the shit belongs behind any closed door. I think that we should be able to walk down the street and smoke the shit. And if you don't like it, fuck you, man. Just the same way that people do it with beer. And I still think that it's overregulated. I think for as hard as we fought, it's still way too government controlled because it's not a devil. It's not this thing. It's not clumped in with the opiates. It's not clumped in with fucking crack. It's not clumped in with all the other stuff. It's actually a plant medicine that I don't think has any of these negative effects that people associate it with. And I think if used properly, it could benefit so many people in so many ways. But you just can't. Everybody gets so hung up. Well, it's got to be 0.3 or it's drugs, Tommy. Well, fuck off, dude. I don't give a shit, man. I didn't give a fuck when it wasn't legal. You know what I mean? Like, why are we? It just seems ridiculous that we're still having this conversation after all this time. Then it's just proof that they made such a devil out of this plant that has so many incredible uses. And we just complicate everything in this society so fucking much because everybody puts their fucking 2 cents in. I mean, all these dickheads that get on fucking Facebook and talk about how we should tax marijuana and fill potholes in it. Why don't we tax whatever you do for a fucking living and fix the roads with it? Why don't we fucking tax the steel industry because it's their fucking trucks that ruin the roads? Marijuana's light. We could drive this shit around for fucking days in our Subarus. That ain't ruining the fucking roads. It's everybody else's job. But everybody wants to come after this plan. We got to do this and we got to do that with marijuana. It's a fucking plant. It should be the same fucking way tomatoes are. There should be no tax on it. If you fucking grow it and sell it fresh, as long as you don't grill it, you should be able to sell it without that fucking 3% or 6% sales tax that we pay. Right? Doesn't that make sense to everybody else? It's fucking produce. We grow it on farms. Why are we going through all this dumb shit? It's just a way for the fucking government to collect their fucking 2 cents off of it. And they got everybody all wound up and so convinced they got to worry about this shit that they jump right on board. But when they find out that they can fix the roads, somehow it's okay all of a sudden. It fucking blows my mind the way that it goes down with these fucking laws in this fucking plan.
Man, I'm telling you right now, it is funny. Even though, I heard you mention it earlier, even if cannabis, at some point, you could find a reefer madness strain like that, I'd still smoke it.
Oh, dude, I'd fucking pay extra for that shit. Are you kidding me?
I know that's right. I'm still smoking because I knew at some point, if I was unhappy with it, I could put it out and the effects would be only temporary. But like you said, I think I would be back buying more.
Hey, who got that shit? I need some. What's that dude's name? Yeah, they
right on.
I think yeah. I'm in another fat sack of that shit. I mean, sometimes you need to have a little reefer madness. I don't know what the bad thing was. I mean, everybody was all convinced that their white daughters were going to have sex with black dudes, man. Like, fucking cares. I guess I just never could I can't put myself in this mindset of how they demonize it. And the way they demonize it was just through fucking, like, they used marijuana to fucking justify weird fucking racist phobias. Like, look at, I don't condone what they did, but I wish that I operated at that level of fucking genius, because how they construed this shit to be the evil that it was. Like, they went after black people over marijuana. What is the incarceration, like the disparity in the incarceration rate? And for real, when I was a kid, so you know how many more people are in prison that are black for marijuana? This is no lie. When I was a kid, I didn't think black people smoked marijuana until like Snoop Dogg. I didn't know black people smoked weed. And I grew up in Detroit because the black dudes I knew didn't smoke weed. But every fucking white person I knew smoked weed. So when I found out there was more black people in prison than white people in prison for marijuana, it blew my mind. I couldn't wrap my fucking head around it. So when I look at how they made this law, so they fucking could social engineer this basically war on fucking black people. I was like, you ever seen Ron Burgundy, Anchorman?
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, the movie Anchorman?
Oh hell yeah.
So when he's talking, when the dog eats the wheel of cheese, and he says, "I'm not mad, I'm impressed." Like, that's when I look at what Richard Nixon and Ronald Reagan did, I think to myself, that was a genius stroke of social political engineering. I mean, I don't agree with what they were doing. Don't get me wrong. I think it was fucking evil as core. But the way they did it, if you could engineer that for the right purposes, it would be brilliant. Like, if we spend as much time doing good things, like, think about if we just did anything. If we put the amount of effort into any positive project, if we tried to clean up the environment with the same vigor we built nuclear weapons in the 80s, Think about what we could fucking do. Think about if we put enough time, if we spent the same amount of energy into reinventing our police forces back to a more considerate, helpful fucking group of people than the monsters that we created, because we created the police force in its carnation with this fucking drug war. So the drug war is over. Look at these fucking cops are lost. Cops are fucking confused. And I'm not one to ever defend police. I agree 100% with NWA and Ice-T and every other buddy that has ever said a bad thing about law enforcement. I'm not pro fucking law enforcement. But I do feel bad for these guys right now because they're in the crossfire of this political war. They are still getting pressure from certain political entities to prosecute these crimes and arrest these people. But no fucking jury is ever going to throw anybody in jail for this shit, because half the fucking jury's stoned when they show up for jury duty. So everybody's kind of at a big social fucking cross. So all I think to myself is it took so much work, so much social engineering to manufacture this fucking war on this fucking planet. What if we just took that amount of effort and tried to rethink our policing? Maybe reincorporate some mental health in with our police officers so that way they can actually help these people that need it. Maybe if we can reduce, and when I say help, mental health is important. Part of this mental health is if you restrict these fucking laws and make it easier for people to have access to marijuana and CBD and psilocybin and these other drugs that can help heal these people with psychological problems. If you repeal these archaic laws and let these people get the help they fucking need, then they're not going to have to go to these goddamn opiates and the shit that these doctors are overprescribing. And look at what the root cause of these crimes are. A lot of them are these opiate psychotropic drugs that lead to these school fucking shootings and all this other stuff. So we just need to take the amount of effort it took to get us here and put that into getting us out of here. And it's the time to fucking do that. We have to stop this madness, this crazy arbitrary numbers and pointing fingers and oh, this is that and that's this. And so the CBD is okay because my mom's on it, but the THC is the fucking devil's lettuce. Are you fucking kidding me? I mean, in what universe, to what sane person does that shit make sense? But somehow these are still discussions that we are paying politicians to have. It doesn't get me. I mean, it makes me mad because I'm stuck in the fucking middle of it all the time with the way these laws get written. But what makes me even more mad is I got to pay these dumb motherfuckers to talk about this shit. It's infuriating. It comes from the same fucking plant. Nobody's getting hurt. In fact, it's healing people. Why can't anybody just grow it? It makes no fucking sense to me. I mean, I understand if you're going to sell it as medicine, it has to be tested and has to have certain it has to be clean. It can't be full of insecticides and stuff like that. But okay, so if it has to be tested, why does it have to come from someone fucking special? Why can't you grow it? These laws are still absurd. The conversation about this plant, the conversation about hemp and CBD, and then the THC threshold, it's fucking ridiculous. And I don't know if it's going to hurt me or help me for saying that on a public forum, but it's the goddamn truth, and somebody needs to say it. Because they're going after these hemp processors' licenses, and they're trying to make it harder. They don't want us to be able to make frack and distillate anymore because the MMFLA wants to keep that because of this THC threshold. And it's bullshit because we got to pay big dollars for these licenses to be hemp processors. And essentially, they just turned us into fucking hemp trimmers. It's a ridiculous, the system is set up in a ridiculous way, and they need to make some sense out of it. And now I probably won't get my hemp license next year.
I don't think this show's ever going to be that big.
You don't think M-Dard's watching?
And hats off to them. If they made it through the first portion of this show, I believe they smoke weed anyway.
Yeah. Hey, listen, if they listen to me talk about Terrence McKenna and aliens, then they deserve that. No. And the truth is, so the people at M-Dard that I interacted with, the people on like the, on the front line of it, they were all really nice and really helpful. And they wanted to work with us and they want to make this program a success. So I'm not trying to scare anybody out of it. I think more people, more farmers should get involved in it. And if you have any questions about how to get involved in it, reach out to me. And my phone number is on every bag, but I'll tell you, it's 313-768-8435. And if you want to get into hemp farming and you need some advice, I can hook you up with the guys at Native Cultivation or myself. I'm pretty sure we can help you out with and answer some questions if you have farmable land and you want to get involved in hemp. I'd love to just see more people get involved in it, and we're pushing really hard to help spread the word. So again, feel free. I mean, I know I put my phone number on every bag, and I tell people it's a tip line and it's a helpline, and it's true. But it's more than that. I mean, and I'll interact and I'll help my customers in any way possible. So if you have questions about the mushroom bags or about the vermicompost, or if you have questions about hemp or stuff like that, or feel free to call me. If you're calling me to ask for a better deal, it's not really for that. So just any other questions, give me a call, and especially if it's in hemp. I'm just super excited about hemp. I had a lot of fun with it, and I don't know how profitable. I don't know if it's going to be profitable for me at this point, because I went in heavy and hard, and I'm going in even harder next year. So, but it's really been exciting, and I think it's got a hell of a future, and I think I want to be part of it. I just want to see. I want to see where we can take it, and I'm excited to be part of it right now, and be this involved. So that's that.
Runboy 7426 wants to light a fire. He says, did we already go into his soil and what he feels sets it apart? So basically he wants to know why are you so passionate about your product?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of things we have a lot of things that nobody else offers, I believe. So we worked really hard on the soil, and like I said earlier, we want to cub with it, and I don't think anyone else can say that. And we continue to win cups with it. We actually won a Detroit Cup with entry that was grown using just strictly water. The bud of the month this month for Report was grown using strictly water. And so the results obviously speak for themselves, and the fact that we continue to compete with it and open ourselves up to that, I think speaks for itself. I think a lot of people don't do that, and I wonder why they don't. So there's that. That is, I think, number one. Number two, and I think it's really important, is I put my phone number on every bag. So for people that have questions that aren't familiar with living soil, we are able to follow up with them. If anybody has a problem or an issue with the soil, we're able to answer their question quickly and immediately, and almost 90% of 99% of the time, it's me on the other end of that phone. So, so that I've found is a huge help. So those are the things that I feel like just on the surface really easily set us aside. I mean, nobody else has a number on the bag. Nobody wants to be that connected to their product. And again, the same question I have about why they don't compete is why not, man? It seems to me that if you make a good product, you can answer some questions about it here and there. So, and then, so following that up, the consistency of our brand. I told a story earlier about somebody actually crying in the middle of the spring soil rush. And because everybody works so hard to constantly make sure that every bag of our soil is as good as the bag before it. So we make sure every bag is the same. If you pull out a sample from one bag, it's going to test the same as a sample from, 25,000 bags later down the line. The guys work really hard to hit the consistency on every mix. So that plays a big part of it. And then following up with that, we use quality organic inputs then that are as sourced in Michigan as much as humanly possible here. So, and the reason that's important, obviously because of my pride in my home state, but you have a thing also about the amount of fuel it takes to get organic inputs to market. And so if you're driving stuff from too far, from California, well, then you're contributing to a lot of pollution. So we try to keep things sourced as locally as possible. And so that helps to keep it a clean soil. So we have the consistency of the mix. And then we brought in a team of 3 agronomists and a doctor from Michigan State University to help us work on our CEC value and our drainage and aeration. So what we did was we maintained our living soil value while making it drain really well for container indoor growing, which if you look at any other living soil mix, you'll notice most of them are really dense and heavy. So that gives us a huge advantage over our competition. And then again, I mean, just having those experts work with us on that CEC value and able to and balancing everything out. So we have this slow release plant available nutrients from start to finish. And we have a soil that isn't going to kill, you can pop a seed in it and grow that seed all the way to harvest. And as far as I've seen in our shootouts, not many soils do it as well as we do it. And I think the proof is in the pudding in the cups and in the accolades and in the magazine articles and everything like that. I think I've illustrated that our inputs are quality. We don't source cheap inputs. We work really hard to maintain consistency and then availability. So, I mean, I think those are the things that set me aside from all the other living soils on the market and really soils on the market, compounded by the fact that I work hard to do a lot at a time so we can keep it at a competitive price and make it a little bit more affordable for our customers. So those are the things I think set us aside from everyone else on our soil. Now, my vermicompost, I think our vermicompost sets itself aside specifically because we have a standard operating procedure on the farm. We have one standard feed of corn and bone meal. We are in Michigan Batco peat bedding. So these are all quality inputs. And then we make sure we keep our worms in our bedding all the way until the worm is actually eating its own casting. So that way you have the most microbiology in every bag of castings. And then as far as our Mushroom Magic mycology kit, all-in-one mycology bag, I think that's the best on the market because there are very few products like it. In fact, there are no products exactly like it on the market that I've seen. And then it's another quality Detroit Nutrient Company product that I stand behind. And so if you have issues with it, you can call me because my number is everywhere and everybody knows how to get a hold of me. And we're going to do the follow-up. We're going to start to do classes on it. And just like we have with Living Soil, I mean, I think that's another thing that sets us aside. I've traveled all over this country to talk about actively aerated compost teas, and I don't sell an actively aerated compost tea. I did it for free to show everybody how to benefit most from their living soil, and that's the type of company that that we are. And so I think that helps set us aside. You know, we go around and we educate people about actually what living soil is, and so we keep everybody informed, and we show them inexpensive ways to make the soil work best for them. So we do that also through my YouTube channel, through my website. I spend a lot of money on my website and on social media just to keep people updated on different tips and tricks on how to work with our soil. And I mean, they could do that, I guess, with any other soil, but because my soil works so well, I know they're doing it with mine. I don't have to charge them for the other stuff because I know it works. So I mean, I think all those things are testimony as to what sets us aside from everybody else.
That's a lot. You've already, if you were able to read chat, there's like, I'm sold. They've already asked for websites. Nature's Best Nut wants to know if you ship to Canada. He says he wants a mushroom bag on top of, do you ship to Canada? I mean, there's lots of good things being said right now in chat about what you've been saying.
Awesome. I'll tell you what, I'm working on seeing if I can ship to Canada right now. If somebody wants to try it on the website and see if the website will let you do it, our website is www.detroitnutrientcompany.com. And if Shopify will initiate the order, then I'll follow through. I had somebody else reach out to me about that, and I have somebody in Detroit working on it. On that end, I just haven't got my answer yet on how difficult it's going to be for me to ship to Canada. For us to ship in bulk to Canada is difficult because you have to have Canadian distribution, and they have to fill out the paperwork for customs. So that's why we don't have stores in Canada. But as far as the UPS, just shipping individual packages, and especially the mushroom packages, that's my second inquiry, and I'm actually working on it right now and trying to get definite answers. So, but if you go on the website, if it lets you order it on the website, I can do it. And we will.
He says, I'll try right now.
Yeah. I'd be interested to see if how that goes, because Shopify is actually the platform that ships all the marijuana for the country of Canada in their online system. So.
And, oddly enough, Smiley's Gardens was very quick to, when they asked the question, to throw a link to the website. So shout out to Smiley for holding that shit down.
Yeah, good looking out, Smiley. Yeah, man, it's www.detroitnutrientcompany.com. It's just all one word. There's a link on my YouTube or on my website to it, or on my Instagram. I think there's a link on my Instagram to it. I know it's linked to my Instagram, and yeah, check it out. There's all kinds of videos and all kinds of informative stuff, and different ideas, different things you can try. Like we do a Epsom salt foliar spray for people that use LED lights. So when you're running LEDs, you have the surface temperature of your leaf is lower, so your plant has a lower perspiration rate, which means that the calcium and magnesium and potassium ions become less mobile. And there is a three-way competition amongst those three ions, and the magnesium most commonly loses in that three-way competition. So with that cooler leaf temperature and lower perspiration rate and the lower mobility on those ions, you begin to see what looks like a magnesium deficiency. And so if you take 2 tablespoons of Epsom salt and dissolve it in a gallon of water and do a foliar spray before lights off, you can do that once every 3 weeks until your flowers start to form. It puts the magnesium at the leaf surface where the plant needs it. If you do a drench into the soil, or if you add just CalMag into the soil, it's not going to help replenish the magnesium where it is, because it's actually a magnesium mobility issue. It's not that the soil's doesn't have magnesium, it's that the plant's not sweating enough to get it through. So different tips like that we have videos for on the website. We have stuff about watering living soil, you know, how to know how much to water, that kind of stuff. All little helpful tips. So I also suggest that you go to Detroit Tommy on YouTube, and I got a bunch of videos there as well, informative videos, as well as the website. So check them out. And we're going to be doing some stuff with the fun guy, fun gal mushroom bags on, you know, kind of how to sterilize your bathroom before injecting them and that kind of stuff. So subscribe, go on the YouTube and subscribe and follow, and I'll just keep posting more and more informative stuff. And we've got some great tea recipes for actively organic or actively aerated compost teas on there. And so pop on there and just kind of check out our videos and peek around, check out the blog and the reviews. And there's a little background on our company. We got some specials and stuff like that. So go in and poke around and enjoy, because I have a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun with the website. It's been my only way to keep in touch with my peoples during all this. So I hope you enjoy it.
I've been waiting. Your clock's 2 minutes off. I'll give you credit for talking, though.
What time is it? Is it 3:20?
It was 3:22 when you picked up the torch. But like I said, I'll give you credit for talking.
I swear to God, I have no clock here, man. That was just completely fucking organic.
You know what's even funnier is because you've hit it so many times tonight subliminally, I was sitting here watching the clock going, I wonder if he's gonna fucking grab that torch. And you know, you were talking, and I'm like, maybe not, but as soon as you were done talking, you grabbed that thing. So yeah, I'll still give you credit for that one being on time. I will definitely,
it's still pretty close.
Give you credit for that. Hell yeah.
That's awesome.
It's pretty good clock, man. Pretty good clock.
So I was a strip club DJ for like 20 years, for a long time. And you don't know this, but the girls are on stage for about 8 minutes. And so you get this, you just have a natural timing. You know, like really good musicians have it. And I have it like with beats per minute, kind of. I mean, I'm losing it now the longer I've been away from it, but you get a natural rhythm. And I think you just kind of stick to it, you know? Like, I noticed that. You get in your zone. So we'll have to see. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna make it all the way till 4:20. Because my brain's
no worries if you don't. No worries, man.
But
man.
Woo. So I have asthma. I'd say after 20 dabs. And it's one of the reasons that it's one of the reasons I'm a stickler for organics. And a lot of synthetic nutrients people don't flush properly. And it triggers my asthma. Something horrible. And so a lot of times I won't do like chemical extractions. I'll stick to rosin. That's why I have a press everywhere, you know, so I can make rosin. But this Sunday driver, man, from Smoky, wow, this stuff is just super terpy. And have you smoked Sunday Dropper? Have you tried it?
No, no, I'm not weed snobby. I just don't get out much, and I tend to grow things that aren't main menu, I guess.
Right.
I've been a seed tester for a very long time, so usually the shit that I'm smoking on is like either 2 years ahead of the curve or not at all. If that
Right.
makes any sense.
Right. No,
So
I feel you. I
yeah,
totally feel you.
when I smoke a lot of mainstream strains like that, it's usually just when I'm out at events and when somebody else has got it, because usually what's in the garden is not so common, I guess.
Right on. So I've done that. I've done that both ways. And I like to grow a variety of stuff. At at so at this point in the game, I'm not hands on in the garden as maybe I once was. So a lot of times it's I do what's kind of convenient. So I used to grow more exotic strains, and I enjoy doing that. The problem is I don't have fucking time right now, and so I don't do a lot of the stuff. So I go with more what's available. So that's why we're doing like what are you doing right now? What are you growing right now? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. What are you doing right now?
Oh man, I have a whole mess of shit. Whole mess of shit going. Some of it, I
Anything jump
guess,
up?
is everything's jumping. To be honest with you, let me see if I can go through it all by memory. There is Primal Punch B2, which is very banana. My Beautiful Loser, Dominatrix from Empire Breeding Company. I have Orange Boss going, which is super orangey. The Hashishin. I have J1 going. I have Smash Cake. I have Garlic Punch going. I have Agent Orange, Jelly Bean, and Sangria. And then J2, Manja Delight. Um, damn. I know I'm leaving out a bunch. JTR is floating around here. Uh, I'd have to look at all my strain lists, and then I'm fixing to drop a bunch of new testers from a well-known company as well. I'm gonna start working with, but yeah, I have like a ton of stuff that's just screaming out right now. It's and all first rounders too. A lot of them are, well, all except the first three are all new first rounders. So I have to go through and pheno select. I always love the crunch of the first rounders because you got to grab a couple of each. So it's always some slimming down to be done. But yeah, I got a lot of things I'm really impressed with right now in the garden, and that's from a lot of strange run. So
I think I'm doing.
yeah.
We did on the outdoor. We did Gorilla Skittles and Unknown Kush and Tangy Banana and and some lava cake, and then but that all just came down, and then we just I put in on the indoor. I'm doing on Solo Burger and Wedding Pie, and then I don't even know what I have in the other room. I have a couple. I think the other room has got maybe 3 or 4 different strains in it. But yeah, we got a lot of a lot of kind of well-known stuff. That Han Solo burgers, when we started doing it, it wasn't big, but it seems to be gaining popularity. And then that wedding pie is, man, it's got a funk to it. It's the first time I did it. It's coming out pretty good. So yeah, man, it's been a fun it's got a lot of fun stuff going on. And it's kind of
banana sounds incredible. So is it to the name there?
It was
it the Tangy banana?
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good, and unfortunately it's all gone already. So I had to share that with a friend of mine. And yeah, it was that was actually the Tangy banana was really good. It was really good. And I'll tell you what, man, I really like that Unknown Kush. I think that's really good as well. And so yeah, it was a good we had a good run this summer. And on the indoor and outdoor, we had a pretty successful summer, and I didn't experiment as much as normal, but it was fun to just get back into the garden a little bit after so much fucking road dogging.
Oh, it was. Speaking of road dogging, I should probably let you get back to bed or get to bed at some point.
Yeah,
I'm sure tomorrow is coming very quickly, and I'm sure it's probably fucking full.
Oh yeah, man! So, I gotta get back and flip hemp racks and shit in the morning.
Yeah, that sounds completely fun. A couple things I'd like to tell you before you go is you know, these Zoom numbers that you got, that invitation that I sent you, please kind of keep that handy in case you ever do want to jump in on one of the panel shows or the rabbit holes they're called. It's usually when they're episodes where there isn't a one-on-one like me and you, when there's panels. Right. Anytime you see an episode like that, if you're keeping up at all, you know what I mean? You're more than welcome to jump in on one of those, and I'd love to have you, man. It's been a fun. I'm so glad I got to have this one-on-one with you, because it's been a great conversation. Fucking amazing night, man.
Yeah, it was a great time. Thanks for having me on and letting me ramble on about my craziness and all the fun stuff we're doing up here on the farm, and I'll tell you, man, we'll have to get together and smoke down sometime. I'll have you over to the farm here, and we'll have a barbecue or something. It'll be great. I want to make sure I'll hang on to the Zoom number, and I'll start to follow. It was kind of a crazy summer. I wasn't doing a lot of anything online. I was working my ass off outside, watering plants and whatnot. And so it was kind of a hectic summer, but I will, man. I'll keep up, and I'd love to jump back on. And again, when we get a little further on getting the scholarship fund set up, I'll reach out to you to try to get back on your show with you again. And I'd like to come back on and just talk to you about aliens someday.
Oh,
and
please, them are the rabbit holes. We get some pretty deep, fun conversation in the rabbit holes. I can tell you that, man.
Awesome.
From aliens, you name it, man. Spirituality on mushrooms. Yeah, I've done, by the way, I think it's like 7 or 8, or probably more now. I probably lost count on how many times, but there's been a lot of times where I've indulged. When Ann Arbor passed that, you look back, and I have one that says Ann Arbor, and the rabbit hole Ann Arbor episode, and I was pretty well medicated through that whole thing right there. Through that rabbit hole. I think
That's
Twisted
excellent.
jumped on that night. He's like, "How you doing, Eagle?" I'm like, "I'm tripping balls, man." Just kind of fucking spaced out for a fucking minute while the fucking panels all talking and shit. We have some good times in the rabbit holes, man. We have some good times.
I'm gonna have to jump on one of those when I'm a little fucking whacked out one night. That'll be awesome.
It's fun stuff, man.
I'll get
We
off.
have some good convos, man.
That's awesome. Well, hey man, thanks for having me on, and I'm gonna go back and
One last thing. It takes like talking 30 seconds. Can I get you to do a sound bite, which is basically like the old school radio fucking, "Hey, this is Tommy and I'm fucking talking shit with Eagle." You know, that little sound bite that I can use for, an
sure.
advertisement for this episode.
You
All
got
right,
it,
I'm
man.
recording, so anytime you're ready, my friend.
All right. Hey everybody, this is Tommy from the Detroit Nutrient Company, and I'm on fucking talking shit with Eagle, and we're talking about mushrooms and aliens and marijuana.
Yeah. Thank you, my friend. As busy of a man as you are, man, you gave me a hell of a chunk of time tonight. I can't repay you for that shit, man. But I can tell you from the bottom of my heart, thank you, man. Thank you. I know I've enjoyed this, and chat has fucking loved the shit out of it. Hell, there's still 52 watching,
Love it.
from start to finish, man. So they've enjoyed this as much as
Hey,
I
thanks
have.
thanks for coming out, and thanks everybody that watched, and everybody that runs our gear, man. Thanks so much, and to the and to the people that haven't tried it yet, we look forward to meeting you, and whatever. Hit us up with your mushroom questions and your hemp questions if you got them, and hey, thanks for playing along tonight. I really had a great time, and thanks for having me on, brother.
Anytime, anytime. Thank you, and have a good night, my friend.
All right, cool. Keep up the fight. I'm signing off.
All right, man. Tommy from Detroit Nutrients Company, one hell of an episode. I hope you guys have enjoyed this. Well, we got a little bit of time to kill before 420 ish. Let me use the restroom real quick. Maybe grab something sweet to snack on, and we'll sit down and jump on for a real quick rabbit hole. Well, you guys, if you don't jump on, thank you for tuning in. If you don't, well, if you do, well, I'll see you in a few. We'll have some fun. But if not, thank you so much. Do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives. I'll see you guys in a few. Peace.